and business owners can differentiate themselves from what AI can generate. AI is a better teacher than than any of us can become. And if your content looks and sounds like a textbook or something that AI can generate, then you'll be in a crowd where you don't stand out. You'll be flooded. You'll be lost. You'll be crowded in the AI, content crowd that most content creators are struggling to fight against.
Yeah.
We've had a
crowd, where you don't stand out. You'll be.
We've made a promise to the audience that
you'll be lost.
We are building our business in front of
the AI,
the camera,
content
in
crowd,
public.
That
Kevin, you've suffered from a number of
fight
clarity issues.
Yeah.
You did a few ads, and
we've had a where you
tell the audience what you did. And
we've made a promise
what the audience that clarity, pitfalls did you fall into?
Content
in public.
So as you guys already know, we have
Kevin, you've suffered from a number of
clarity of message, clarity of
ads,
price, and the clarity of purpose. So all of them have their own challenges. Starting with the clarity of price, you change prices depending on how you woke up or what happened that day, and most of the time it doesn't go well. So in my experience, we were running an ad for this Lux Experiences campaign for tennis event that was happening, but on the on the flyers it said Kigali Tennis Club. So most people were like thinking, am I paying for the membership or am I paying for the event? So that became really confusing. So the calls I would receive would be like, is this a membership or an event? And then I had to like remind them it's an event. And after that, I had like, at first I thought it was a pricing issue. I changed the price to a lower price, but turns out it wasn't the price. So I had got the price clear, but the purpose and the message were wrong. So you have to like clear them up, make sure the message is clear, the purpose is clear, and also the price is clear. And even that, after that, you have to add urgency, because people will want to buy it, but if you don't give them a reason to buy then and now, they won't buy it.
Yeah, so the element of hourglass in any interaction is important, because if there is no compulsion for somebody to take action now, then they'll just leave it till next day or next next week or whatever. So they need to be told why they need to take the action now.
So the element of
at the moment, why do they need to build a personal brand? So if we were teaching people and telling them that they need to build a personal brand, then we need to give them a compelling reason why now. So the reason why you need to build a personal brand now is that the fog of AI content is going to drown anyone who is not a personal brand by next year. In fact, to build your personal brand takes a couple of years. You need to have started a year back to be ahead of the curve. And in personal brands, we've been told that you need to post content consistently. In fact, the ask is the right one, but the problem is that it is not easy to do so. Doing content consistently is a challenge. It's a hard task, and even after doing it, getting no views, getting no engagement, and your viewers and your engagement being in below hundreds, then it is demotivating. And a lot of content creators, a lot of teachers, a lot of business owners that are following the personal brand are creating content, but the content doesn't have attention,
and
you need to create tension. If you want to, if your content, sounds and looks like something out of ChatGPT,
teachers, a lot of business owners,
then everybody is using ChatGPT today.
are creating content.
How do you differentiate yourself? So if I was, if I was in the real estate, and if I'm telling people that,
If your
to
content
be able to buy,
then,
to secure the property that you are interested in or you want to
something
buy,
out of ChatGPT.
if I'm giving them the advice that you need to pre-qualify
That everybody
your
is
mortgage,
using
you need to have a pre-arranged mortgage
How do you differentiate
before you go to
yourself? So if I
viewings.
was,
That's a
if I-
standard advice that most people do.
in the real estate,
But the problem is that,
if I'm telling people that,
most people don't do it.
be able
And
to
as a
buy-
result, the tension is what?
secure the property
That they lose the the desired house that they're looking for. What happens is that, they go and make an offer, the offer is accepted, but then they're asked for pre-qualified
That's a standard advice that most
mortgage
people do.
details,
But the problem is that,
which, because they have never done it,
most people don't do it.
it
And
takes
as a
them
result,
forever to do
the
it.
tension is what?
By then, somebody else comes and makes a similar offer and grabs that house.
What happens is that,
Yeah.
they go and make an offer, the offer is accepted,
Yeah.
but then they are asked
Agents
for
do give you this
pre-qualified
advice, but most people, nobody follows it through. Nobody, tells you, okay, have you done this before you coming to the viewings?
By then, somebody else comes and makes a similar offer,
And that's one of the reasons why most, homeowners
make an offer,
lose a sale.
the offer is accepted.
And there is,
Agents
let's
do
go,
give you this advice,
sticking
but
back to the real estate scenario, most agents will tell you that you need to, price your house high and then negotiate it down.
Somebody else comes and makes a similar offer.
What is the problem with that? Where is the
That's one of
tension
the
there?
reasons why most, homeowners lose a sale.
None.
There is.
And there is, let's go.
The tension is that if you overprice your house, nobody
Most
clicks on
agents will
it
tell you that you need to
because everybody
price
knows
your
what the
house
street value
high
is.
Yeah.
and then negotiate it down.
So nobody is clicking, nobody is showing interest. How are you going to sell your house?
Homeowners
Yeah.
lose a sale.
None.
There is.
And there is, let's go. The tension
So,
is that,
the advice,
overprice your
the problem with that advice is that it is wrong because what it is doing is
everybody knows what the
it's,
street value is.
people who are interested in that locality, in that
So
area,
nobody is clicking.
just
nobody
don't
is showing
click
interest.
because you are too
How are you
overpriced.
going to sell your house?
Yeah.
There is.
So now they have to make offers.
Yeah, and then they have to lower their prices
The problem with that advice is that it is wrong.
to bring it back to the normal price where by then it is, couple of months have gone.
Just don't
Yeah.
click interest.
They've been paying they've been paying their mortgages on $1 million property
Now they have to make
for 3 months where no engagement has happened.
And then
So
they
the
have to
advice
lower
may
their
be
prices.
good,
The problem with
but
that advice
in
is
reality, does it work?
bring it back.
Yeah.
It doesn't.
Months have gone. Just don't
Yeah.
click interest. They've
Yeah.
been paying
Okay,
they've
going
been
back
paying
to
their mortgages on
our business
on
now.
$1 million property for 3 months where no engagement has happened. And then
So
they
the
have to
advice
lower
may
their
be
prices.
good,
The problem with
but
that advice
in
is
reality, does it work?
bring it back.
Yeah.
It doesn't.
Months have gone. Just don't
Yeah.
click interest. They've
Yeah.
been paying
Okay,
they've
going
been
back
paying
to
their mortgages on
our business
on
now.
$1 million property for 3 months where no engagement has happened. And then they have to
Why did you conclude? Why did you make that judgment?
It doesn't.
Yeah. Some words are pretty heavy for
Going back to
the Rwandan community to understand. So yeah.
3 months where no engagement.
Okay, they understand coaching because coaching, they take, sports coaching. They take their kids to music coaching. They take, coaching is a commonly used word.
Yeah. It's very commonly used.
Okay, so we should not be calling ourselves, business growth mentors. We should be calling ourselves business growth coaching. Is that the message we need to clarify?
I mean, we don't even do coaching because coaching is more like, what would I call it? Like getting people who are trying to do something and then helping them do it. But what we do is we grow businesses.
Okay.
Yeah, that are struggling. So
Okay. In Africa, more than growth, one of the statistics I came across is that, you know, the death rate, the survival rate of most African businesses don't see their first birthday. So why would they, if they're not even seeing their first birthday, is growth,
An option.
an option?
Yeah.
Or is making their businesses survive more urgent case? We have to look at the urgency, as you mentioned, that we need to see why do they need to take this action.
Yeah.
The urgency element. You mentioned something that yesterday about these businesses that near the gorilla roundabout,
Yeah.
where there was a furniture business and there was a car agency,
Yeah.
selling agency that opened, no activity was happening, and then suddenly it closed.
Yeah.
Can you narrate what you observed to the audience?
And depending on what I actually see is that most random businesses aren't willing to take any outside information to be applied in their business, because first of all, they don't trust you that you will actually improve what they're actually going through, and second of all, they are already struggling. So every single piece of money that goes out has to be going to a good cause, which is why most businesses tend to narrow down to either rent and salaries and wages, which means anything above that, which includes consulting, which includes mentoring, they aren't going to go for it. And another thing is, most businesses are owned by self-employed entrepreneurs. I don't know if I could say that.
So these guys are people, they are already employed somewhere else and doing a side hustle?
I wish that was the case. Maybe that would be better, but they're more like unemployable on the marketplace, and then they employ themselves.
Okay, so they've created a business to employ themselves.
Yeah, they've created jobs for themselves. Yeah.
Okay.
Which is why I found that most businesses that are actually succeeding are people who just want to provide value, and then that value is provided by other people, not them. But most people are just, they create a business and they want it to be like they are the business.
So they're doing it just to pay themselves.
Mm-hmm. Which means even if they succeed and they sell, every single piece of that profit will go to them.
So there is no inventory, there is no backup plan, nothing.
Yeah, there is no reinvesting and nothing.
Okay, so that may explain why the failure rate is so high.
Yes. Yeah, that is the reason.
Okay, it's like somebody saying that today I made $10,000 sales.
Yeah.
And he goes and blows it all up.
Yeah.
Thinking it was profit.
Yeah.
He has no money to buy stock for the next day.
Yeah. And looking at that, that's where you now have to come down to the calculations, like what is gross revenue, what is net revenue, what is profit. And then when you actually break it down, you find that you just got $10,000 in sales, but maybe your actual profit is like 2,000, even less.
Yeah, because you have to factor in all the costs.
Yeah. Yeah.
The cost of the goods, the cost of the shipping, the cost of your labor, your cost of your overheads.
Yeah.
So like in the construction industry,
Yeah.
When I'm doing calculations on costing.
Yeah.
So let's say I'm costing on a building. So the materials will cost this much.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say they'll cost $100,000.
Yeah.
I then have to factor in the labor for it. So in UK, the labor factor would be around 40%.
Mm-hmm.
So 140. If materials are costing me, 100,000 pounds, then my labor cost will be around 60%. So, 160,000 would be my cost. On top of that, I need to then put, my business overheads, and profits. So my business overheads will be around 15-20%.
Yeah.
And if I'm doing a project of 100 to 200,000 pounds, then I need to have a profit margin of around maybe 15-20%. So I need to add another maybe 15 and 30%, so 60% plus. So I have to more or less double the cost of the materials before I can price it to a customers. So if the customer is asking me for the price for that project, then it would be 200,000 pounds.
Yeah. But funny enough, most coming up entrepreneurs will think that if you charge 200,000 for that project, your profit is 200,000, and that is not how it works.
Okay, so that's naivety.
Yeah.
I don't think nobody teaches business, or nobody learns business in the sense that you take all your take home is becomes your profit.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think that's naivety or ignorance or something else. I don't know what to call it.
Yeah. It's lack of basic business knowledge. Yeah.
Okay, well, we can't educate every Tom, Dick, and Harry.
Yeah. Yeah. Which is why for simple maths, I would just say at least know the basic three, like your gross revenue, your net revenue, and maybe your profit. Everything else should just fall down there, including the taxes. Like.
Okay, I get this argument a lot in Rwanda, the clarity of price. That Rwandese like to bargain for what they buy. And you and I have seen, and we have visited a number of coffee shops throughout Kigali. You can get a coffee or latte for just across here, in the free zone for 2,500 Rwanda francs. Yeah. And if you go to Robustica, it would be around 4,500. If you go to Kivunia, it would be 8,500. Yeah. It's the same cup of coffee. Yeah. It requires the same amount of milk. It requires the same amount of sugar. It requires the same amount of coffee grains. Yeah. Why is Kavinuru being able to charge 8.5 grand? Tell me why. You've been to all these three places.
I believe it's just positioning at this point. Yeah.
Why does he? What is? How is he positioning differently?
Would I call it the psychology part of it, or it's just they make it so clear from the moment you enter that you aren't asking if they could reduce 2,000 from the price. It's fixed. Like, you already know what you're paying for, you know the experience, and the best thing about what price does is it filters every single thing. All your bad customers, if you have a good price, all your bad customers won't even get near you. Which means you can either choose two. You can have the best quality customers, which will pay the high prices, or you can have the many low bottom customers that will make you suffer.
When your price is too low, you attract the wrong kind of, or you attract the price conscious customers only. Yeah. So, and price conscious customers are also the worst, because they haggle a lot. Yeah. Even though they know that it is the cheapest price in the town, they will still want to haggle even more. Yeah. Whereas if you go to places like Kivinero, then the way he positions himself is he's in a very good upmarket location. You enter that property and you feel like you're in a billionaire's living room.
For sure. Yeah.
And if you are in a billionaire's living room and enjoying a piece, you're in a cup of coffee. Yeah. Just through the entrance, the security and the ushers. Yeah. You know that. Yeah. You'll have to pay a premium for this.
You already know what to expect.
Yeah. So if you can't afford the premium, you just do a U-turn and leave the place. Yeah. Yeah. But now that you are in,
Yeah.
You're ushered in, you're given a seat to sit. Again, you can't just go and sit randomly.
Yeah.
They'll usher you.
Yeah. And that's also one of the things. Customer service has to always be on point. If you're looking to charge premium, the customer experience should be top tier.
True. If you are offering, a first class, flight ticket,
Yeah.
then the
Yeah.
customer needs to experience the first
Yeah.
class services.
It has to show difference. Like going into economy, you know how it looks like. Going into first class, it should feel like first class.
Yeah, and Kevin Ura does it very well.
Yeah.
The ushers, the guards,
Yeah.
even just the cars in its parking lot.
Yeah. Yeah. For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And when you went there first time, you said something like I didn't realize that there were so many Caucasians in
Yeah. It's,
in Rwanda,
yeah.
in Kigali.
Which is why I keep saying, like, price always sorts out the best customers. Like, those people who are going to come, if they don't like what they are saying, they are never going to come back. They won't be like, oh, this and this, give me back my money. They will just leave. But if you're charging the ones for 2,000, if he goes and finds something wrong, he will come back.
Okay. But again, people who are charging premium also make sure that the product is never inferior.
Mm-hmm.
They take care of the environment, they take care of the ushers, they take care of the service. You think they won't take care of the product?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. There will be attention, detail, detail to attention to in everything.
Yeah.
That's the only way they'll differentiate themselves and make themselves premium.
Yeah.
And a lot of business owners, a lot of content creators stay in this middle ground.
Yeah.
They never are able to get to the premium.
Yeah. I think I've been looking at it for a while, and I've found that it's a fear of not having enough customers, because most businesses judge there's this something you used to talk about. I think it's where a shop has a lot of customers.
Yeah.
The
So
turnover. Yeah.
okay. So if you had, you went to a coffee shop, and one coffee shop had, there are 3 coffee shops, in a line.
Mm-hmm.
One coffee shop has a queue of customers waiting
Mm-hmm.
to be served, and the other 2 don't have no customers.
Mm-hmm.
Which one are you going to choose? I'm going to choose the one with the queue.
Yeah.
He must be doing something right
Mm-hmm.
for there to be a queue, because they are all in the same line.
Yeah. The other to become sketchy.
Yeah, and it's a simple test. Whenever you go to a foreign country, you go to a restaurant that is busy.
Yeah.
You go to a coffee shop that is busy.
Mm-hmm.
You avoid the
Dry ones.
the dry ones.
Yeah.
And that is a test for its validation.
Mm-hmm.
They must be doing something right
Yeah.
for it to be popular,
Yeah.
for it to be busy.
Mm-hmm.
So is that what the concept you are talking about?
No, the concept is most businesses judge that the business is doing well depending on how many people come or test their products, which means they might charge a lower price, but because most people come and buy, let's say it's a $20 product, and then people come and buy and buy and buy, they think that the business is doing well. But if the product costs him, let's say 15 to make, then he's taking less. And then you take to the other business that gets low customers but charges $80 for the same product. Even if they get 2 customers, they still have a higher profit.
return.
Yeah.
Okay. It's the classic equation of, do you want to be a wholesaler
Yeah.
or do you want to be a premium seller? So wholesalers work on volume, not on margins.
Yeah.
Whereas retailers work on
Margins. Yeah.
margins. So a vegetable, a shoe company or any commodity, okay, there are some. Okay, let's talk about a shoe. There is this guy who differentiated himself in Poland. He used to have this famous slogan, two, not but not three. So yeah. So every lady that come to his shop, he would, she would say, "Oh, can I have this shoe?"
Yeah.
And he would, pick the shoe up and, place it and help her put it on and whatnot. And then, she would say, "Is there another color?" And he would pick something else and give her another piece.
Yeah.
And then she's still undecided, and she would want the third piece.
Yeah.
And he would say, two, not three, but not three. Of these two
Which one?
pairs, which one do you which one do you not want? She will point at it. He will take it, pack it, and put it on the shelf, and then take another one out.
Yeah.
He did it deliberately, because humans, when they are given too much choice, there is a concept of paralysis of choice. If I present, 5 boxes of cornflake to my daughters for breakfast, they scratch their head and say, I don't feel like eating breakfast today. It is not that they are not hungry or they don't want to eat breakfast, but because the process is too confusing.
Yeah.
There is too much choice. Instead, if I just limit the choice and say, okay, today you can have cornflake or Cocoa Pops. What are you going to choose? And you will see, oh, I'll have a Cocoa Pop straight away.
Yeah. Because there's 2 items to choose from.
Yeah, there is no confusion. So, people think that by giving too much choice, you're giving variety, but no, you're confusing the customer.
Yeah.
And all confusions lead to no sell. So
Yeah.
clarity of items, clarity of price, clarity of purpose, and clarity of, message. So, for the shoe seller, it was that, 2 but not 3. Yeah. He would then give them the service. He would, make, help her put it on. The service would be first class. I have a hairdresser friend in India. He calls himself Pankaj Master.
Yeah.
He doesn't call himself a barber. He only calls himself a hairstylist.
Yeah.
And in India, a normal barber would charge you 150 rupees. You go to Pankaj Master, his up-to-date hairstyle studio, you will have to pay 3,000 rupees.
Yeah.
But if you look at his customer care, the guy will make you feel like royalty. He would come to collect you. He's on 3rd floor. He would come and collect you from the lift downstairs. He will make sure that the lift is kept open.
Yeah.
He would usher you in, then press the button for the 3rd floor. When you go up there, he will make sure that the door remains open
Yeah.
for you to exit. He will then follow you. He will open the doors for you. The guy will make you feel like a king.
Yeah.
He will then show you the studio and then guide you to the guy who is going to take the. He doesn't even do the hairdressing. If he does it, then he instead of 2.5 or 3,000 rupees, he would charge you 5,000 rupees for him just touching his scissors.
Yeah.
He's created this exclusivity. He's created this environment. It's similar to Cavenero. You have the ushers, you have the guides, you have the the sitting area, a millionaire's mansion experience. Similarly, he does that with hairstyling.
Yeah.
So it is doable, and even in a cutthroat market like India, it is doable. Why shouldn't it be replicable over here?
Yeah.
I think it is replicable. It is just you're not positioning yourself. Like Pankaj Master positions himself as the exclusive, hairstylist to go to.
Mm-hmm.
If you positioned yourself as the exclusive, coffee shop in Kigali, then it will attract that kind of customers. Kivinuri is doing well.
Yeah.
He's always busy.
Mm-hmm.
Any time of the day, any day.
Yeah.
And you have coffee shops here selling, for coffee for 2,500, and no queues.
That's the most surprising thing. It's never about price. It's never about the price. It's like you might charge less thinking it's way more people will come, but yeah, it will be dry. And then you'll find the person who you're competing with a higher price is getting more customers than you. So it's...
Yeah, it's a paradox.
Mm-hmm.
And business owners need to learn how to manage this paradox.
Yeah.
And if you try and do it yourself, you'll struggle.
Yeah. And most people, I don't think most businesses charge less because they want it.
Mm.
It's just because they want to feel like, oh, if I charge less, then I will get more customers.
But it's a wrong presumption.
Yeah.
It's a presumption that my price is the only
Yeah.
governing factor.
Mm-hmm.
And if you make your price the only governing factor, then your competitor only needs to reduce it by 100 Rwanda francs
Mm-hmm.
to win you.
Yeah.
And the price conscious crowd will flock there,
Yeah.
and you'll be forced to lower yours as well, and that is a never ending game.
Yeah.
That has happened in the IT, in the website and business,
Mm-hmm.
or the branding business, where somebody who wants to win your brand or wants to win your website, he first creates a website and then gives it to you and says, do you like it?
Yeah. Yeah.
He goes through so much pain only to hear no,
Yeah.
and I'm not interested.
Because making the product is the easy part. Selling it is the hard part.
It is, and you need to position yourself, you need to differentiate yourself, you need to stand out, and you trying to do it on your own. I'm not saying you will not be able to manage there or you will not be able to get there, but there is a price to pay for the delay.
Yeah.
In the personal branding business, you should have been a personal brand a year ago.
Mm-hmm.
If you start today, it will take you another year to get your personal brand, and then the competition also will be fierce.
Yeah.
And you'll always be fighting against the fog of AI and the fog of other content creators joining into the pipeline.
Yeah. Considering by around 2030 we'll have nearly 1 million content creators that are AI only.
Yeah, and they're doing well, but there is a way you can differentiate yourself with your face, with your voice, and with your tone.
Yeah.
And we do help people build their personal brands. We are building our own, but we also help our clients do it. If you want, this, we've created a giveaway that you can click the link below, and it may not be present today, but we'll create a content. We'll post this onto our podcast, and you'll be able to get the link from that. So just press the link and get the free giveaway for today's mentoring session. Thank you for joining. How much? 30 minutes?
34 minutes.
Okay. Several videos with 2 million plus views. He's been working for me and my personal brand, and he's also been able to get us to, we used to be in the low hundreds to now around 10,000 views and 40,000 views. And this week's target, or this 2 weeks target, is to get to 100,000 views. He will explain the strategies that he is following, and he will show us some evidence of how he has managed to do what he has done for us and for himself. So he's what we found out is that 99% of the people, tuned in or going to watch this as a later, a post, will not follow the instructions.
Yes.
Because, the instructions are very, people like complicated, complex things. When you tell them something very simple, it is very hard for them to believe it.
Of course.
And the strategy that Duop has been using is a very simple strategy. Let him explain it to you.
Yeah, I'm Duop. Yeah, so before being the viral guy, like making videos to go viral, I was once a guy like you, people struggling to make videos go viral. So it took me a long way for me to be where I am right now to make videos be viral, So yeah, I did a lot of practicals, studies on why videos go viral and why they don't go viral. And I found a way. To actually go viral, you don't need to be original, you see?
So this is the important point. Stop reinventing the wheel. Stop trying to be unique and original. Unique and original, there isn't anything that is new. Everything that you are thinking of or you have thought of has already been done somewhere.
Yeah, yeah.
So use a tried and tested format, tried and tested formula, tried and tested content that have succeeded, that have done exceptionally well. What do you do with them?
So yeah, so for me to make things go viral, I usually see the videos that they have been viral for the past 3 days or 4 days, within the week, a video that went viral, because the video, the saturation will not be that much. The competition on social media, it won't be that much.
So because it's new.
Yeah,
the content is new. It is not saturated.
It's
still.
not that saturated. Yeah.
Yeah. So and you need to act fast.
Very fast.
If you leave it, I'll do it next week.
You'll already find other people.
The momentum is gone.
Yeah, and the algorithm will not favor you anymore.
Yeah.
So let me show you an example of a product that I ran, but I copied. Sometimes if you don't want to show your face, you can steal other people's videos and put it on your account, and it will perform well.
Yeah, you just need to change 5 to 10% of the content and it becomes yours.
Yeah.
It becomes your original content.
Very good.
So you don't it is very hard to create content,
It is.
and using other people's content and you putting a twist on it, your twist on it,
Yeah.
is the easiest way to go about doing it.
Right.
Yeah, because that's what you've done for us.
Yeah. Yeah.
So do you want to show them
Yeah.
evidence?
Yeah, they will say it up here, okay, this is an example. We have this guy who's running an account named Whisper of Rose, US. So he has 27.2K followers.
Okay, can the audience see?
Yeah, they can see it, or for the live people. Yeah,
Okay.
you see,
Yeah.
I don't think.
Yeah.
So here, his videos, he has a video that went 85.1 million views. You see?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have those other videos. He has so many videos that he reached 1 million and above.
Yeah.
So all I do,
85 million is a lot. Yeah.
So all I do, I just take his videos, I change maybe the sound or the caption, and then I apply it on my account. So this is my account, and you can see the.
So you even copied his called Whisper
Yeah.
Rose is a rose.
Yeah.
And you are Whisper of Roses.
Yeah.
So you're trying to ambush marketing.
Yeah, you see.
This is called ambush marketing.
Yeah, this yeah.
Yeah.
You reap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're instead of being original, you're just being very close to him.
Yeah,
as
very
possible.
close. Yeah, very close. Even there is small changes on the bio, 5,000 plus happy customers. All I did was change it to 3,000 happy customers.
Okay.
You just have to make small changes. You don't have to make a total different thing.
Yeah. So and this strategy is called ambush marketing. If you haven't heard of this terminology, is is let's say Orange is promoting its Orange mobiles.
Yeah.
Then somebody comes and says, instead of instead of O, he just puts an A.
Very good.
Orange, and uses the same brand color,
Yeah.
same everything.
Yeah, and that's different.
Yeah.
Even the pronunciation. you
Yeah.
see. Yeah. So that's how most of you, if you want to make content, just copy what's already working and apply it on your own content.
Okay, but through our business coaching and business training and mentoring that we have done, a lot of the content and the advice that we give out, why so few people implement it? Because is it because they're lazy? Is it because they don't believe it, or is it because of some other reason? Why do not people copy successful models?
Most of the people they aren't that patient. They are not that disciplined for doing what they want to do. Some want to become content creators, but they think that they will blow up on the first week or the first months. They can gain so many views and this, but they don't realize that this one needs hard work. You need to study whatever you want to post, this and that, your competition. You have to if you want to become an art, someone who draws.
Yeah, so you want to become an artist, you need to learn how to do charcoal paintings, and then colors, and then oil paint colors and all.
Very good.
Yeah.
And if you want to go viral and you know the skills, you need to watch someone who's better than you in that niche, and then you copy their viral videos and you apply it to yours. That one might work, you see.
How long has it taken you to be where you are?
Right now,
You've been doing drop shipping and you've been copying drop shipping content, and now you're working on this other drop shipping content as well.
Yeah.
You've been doing it since when?
Right now it's 1 year and 9 months. Yeah.
Nearly 2 years.
Yeah, nearly 2 years. I've been doing this
And the successes, when did you reach these successes?
Successes like this after a year and 3 months to 2 months there. That's where I started seeing results, because now I've been too long in the market, so things are now catching up to me, because I didn't pay for mentors or this and that. I've been doing it alone and learning just from YouTube.
So you've been using the University of YouTube?
Yeah, the University of YouTube. If I had a mentor before, I could have achieved everything more sooner than now.
Okay, so but again, it's not late. You are now, by working for clients, you're forced to have a framework.
Yeah.
You're forced to have a format. You are forced to have an explanation of why you do what you do.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, by explaining it to others, you're learning twice.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
Of course.
in English there is a saying, teaching others is learning twice.
It's learning twice, of course.
Yeah, and by you teaching it to us and implementing it for us, you're becoming even better at it.
Yeah, of course.
And okay, a lot of African entrepreneurs and African content creators, they have a number of problems. One is that they have language barriers, they have payment issues,
Yeah.
and they also have lack of resources. Did you suffer from any of this?
I did suffer from a few, and through time, I caught up to everything.
Okay. Tell the audience the journey that the early days struggles that you had.
The early days that I had, I didn't have information. In dropshipping, when I started, I didn't know where to order the products or how to find the product until it reaches to my destination. That used to be a difficult thing for me. So just through learning from YouTube, I've started knowing where to buy the products, AliExpress. Yeah. So from there again, marketing, the virality and everything, it used to be a struggle for me.
You started with the keychain or something.
Yeah,
You're wearing
yeah.
something?
Yeah. The
chains, necklaces.
Yeah, the necklaces. That was when I needed more capital to invest in the drop shipping. So I decided to say, okay, let me like try it here in Rwanda, and I see how it performs. If it gives me good money, then I can change that money and then use it for the drop shipping online. You know.
Okay.
Yeah. So I
Okay.
guess,
What are you doing for B2A now?
right now, like I make content go viral, so I'm a media manager in
Social media manager. Yeah.
the social media manager.
Okay.
So.
Is there a way you can show the audience what you're doing for B2A?
Yeah. Videos.
Yeah, or
Yeah.
success stories of what you have done for B2A.
Yeah, the success stories right now, like we're still running.
Yeah, we used to have very little views, and last week we had set ourselves a target to reach 10,000 views.
Yeah.
There are a couple of contents that we have reached.
Yeah, there is a video where we reached like 8K views.
Yeah.
Like recent, it was like 2 days ago. Yeah.
Yeah, and we also got another one that is around 10,000 on X.
Yeah, on X. Okay.
Yeah,
On X, yeah.
the cycling video.
Yeah. Yeah, this
Yeah.
yeah.
So okay, and also if you want to achieve something, you need to start. It starts with the thinking.
Yes.
It starts with the target. Because we gave ourselves a target last week that we want to reach 10,000. Because our mind was now focused on it, we made it happen.
Yes. Of course.
And now we've raised the bar and we are taking it to 100,000
Yeah.
views. We'll keep you an update, and Dope may become a regular feature
Yeah.
to give us updates on what he has achieved
Yeah.
for the next week or so.
Yeah.
So for anyone, any business or any content creator who wants to get their content, viral, they want, thousands of views, they want tens of thousands of views, hundreds of thousands of views, or 1 million views, then doing it on your own may be a big struggle.
Yes, it may be a bit. You can make it happen unless you're disciplined enough. But having a mentor, like you'll just reach there quick. You won't take time.
Yeah, you can shrink down time by going to somebody who already has done it.
Very good.
Yeah, and your mentor does not have to be brilliant.
Yeah, you just have to be 2 steps ahead of you.
2 or 3 steps ahead of you. If you are at 100 views on average on your videos, and you go to somebody who has 1,000 or 10,000 views,
Yeah.
he will tell you, and he will make you reach that level as him
Yeah.
much faster
Yeah.
than you trying to struggle on your own. Okay, the YouTube University is a good place to start from, but
Yeah.
please do not restrict yourself to just the university, because that's a hard slog. Fighting against your own mind, not having somebody to guide you,
Yeah.
you're gonna get lost.
You're going to get lost unless if you can't afford.
Even if you don't get lost, it will take you a long time.
Very good. Very good.
Yeah, you're following a path. If you want to shrink that path, you want to shrink that time, then go with a guide,
Very good.
go with a coach,
Yeah.
go with a mentor,
Yeah.
somebody who is just 2 or 3 steps ahead of you.
Very good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's all you need to do.
That's all you need. And most of the people can't afford like having a mentor. So you can struggle. You can do from YouTube. Some people might find luck and they blow up on their first.
True. You don't. The advice that we are giving is up to you to accept it or reject it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, we are not trying to sell ourselves, but it is just, you don't have to come to us.
Yeah.
You may have a friend who has achieved 10,000, 50,000, 100,000 views. Ask them.
Of course. Yeah.
And if they are true friends, they'll share it with you.
They will do share. Of course.
Yeah, and start applying that. Yeah, you don't have to, always come to, Harish or Duop.
Yeah.
There are others in your country, in your region. Africa is a huge continent. So is the world. If you look at the scale of social media now, in around 2000, there were around 300 million viewers.
Yeah.
Subscribers of social media. Today, We are approaching 6 billion. So we are talking about if our population of the world is around 8 billion, 6 billion, that's nearly 70% of the world's population.
Yeah.
70% of the world's population can be reached with your simple phone. The power that BBC and NBC and all of these big, broadcasting corporations had,
Yeah.
you now possess it in your hand with your simple mobile.
Very good. Very good. Yeah.
If you don't use this tool effectively to distribute your content, to engage with your audience, or to engage with your clients as a businessman, those who will do it will overtake you.
Will overtake you. Yeah. And there is one thing that I learned here in Rwanda, like so many influencers are suffering from like having capitals like monetization. Like they have big accounts getting much views, but they can't get money from it.
What does a visibility engineer do? Your clients are seeking visibility. They want to be seen so that if they are not seen, there is no business. Hi, Alan.
How are you doing?
I'm good. Tell us what you do, and you've come to me to help you clarify your messages. Tell me and the audience what you do.
Okay, thank you.
You need to be the person before the conversation yesterday. Yeah. So you need to be what you were before. The way we had discussed yesterday, you need to tell me what you do, how you do it, and then I'll help you clarify it.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Harish, for today hosting me and having me. So it's a pleasure. And then we always work together. I guess what I'm doing, I'm a graphic designer, digital marketing, software engineer, building something. But right now,
so you're doing branding, you're doing graphic designs, you're doing websites, you're doing SEO. That's too much.
So that
Those are why okay. If you're going to do all these things and you're going to say I am a website designer and I am a graphic designer and I'm a branding expert, people are going to get confused.
I think it's not going to confuse. Okay, so now I want to focus on these things.
You can focus on these things, but what do they bring on the table for the client?
For myself, I want to brand a business.
Yeah, why does a client need to brand a business?
Actually, for these days, they need even to have a visibility and able to sell on the social media.
So, okay.
Yeah.
Whoever is engaging with you wants visibility.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So instead of selling website services, branding services, SEO services, graphic designs, just call yourself a visibility engineer.
How is it the way?
Okay. What does a visibility engineer do? Your clients are seeking visibility. They want to be seen so that if they are not seen, there is no business. If they are seen, people will come to them and business will happen. If there is no visibility, there is no business. So you need to become the visibility engineer, and I'll help you get to there. What you have to, the message you have to tell your clients now is that I'm a visibility engineer. They're gonna say, "Oh, what is that?"
So I want even you to just help me to become as a visibility engineer, and then
so you start with something that they haven't heard of. Nobody has heard of a visibility engineer.
Okay.
You'll be the first one that they'll hear from you. What is that? You wait for that. Don't explain what a visibility engineer is until they asked for it.
Okay. So I don't know how to do it. So
So you do it. So once they say, "What is that?" and then you say, "I throw light. Focus of spotlight on you, so that the world can start seeing you."
Okay.
Seeing your business. Once they see you, they'll start doing business with you. If nobody sees you, there is no business. Then there'll be another follow-up question. How do you do that? Then you explain that, I'm a one-stop shop. I have SEO specialist, I have branding specialist, I have social media marketing specialist. We all work together to shine the light on you,
To just
so that the world
we see them
will see you.
and they start getting a customer.
Yes.
And then in the simple word, how can even the client as a mentor who just even helping the business to grow and just clarifying what they do? So how can you just even catch up with someone at first time? So should I introduce some software, graphic design, branding? But
No, don't do any of that, please. You have been doing that. Has it been working for you? Tell me, are you extremely successful?
No.
So, what is the harm in trying this?
Maybe I just not.
No. What is your reservation for trying this? What you have been what you have been doing hasn't been working, or hasn't been tremendously successful. I want you to become tremendously successful. If you're going to use the same strategy that you've been using, you're going to get the same results. If you change the way you present yourself, the way you do business, you will get different results. If you don't change, you're going to get the same results. If you follow my instructions, you do what I'm telling you, start calling yourself a visibility engineer, and let your clients then ask you the questions. We over explain things, we over justify. The more you do that, the more you devalue yourself. This guy is doing websites, he's doing SEO, he's doing this. No, the guy is a jack of all trades. He's not a specialist. You may do all this, but you only promote one
thing.
You promote visibility engineering, nothing else. It doesn't matter what you do inside. Like you may have a shop, a plumbing shop. A plumbing shop does not only sell taps. They also sell pipes. They also sell basins. They also sell that. But they don't, they don't start advertising. Oh, I sell basins. I sell. You don't do that. You sell one thing, plumbing. The same thing is with your business. Instead of selling, 5 or 6 items and confusing your customers and devaluing yourself, focus on one thing.
How can that be possible? And how can you just help me to make it so just even?
Okay, start seeing yourself as a visibility engineer. Because you need to understand what you're providing to your customer. You're not providing a website. You're not providing a social media marketing. You're not providing branding. Why are they doing that? What is the motive behind your customer asking you to do these things? Is visibility. They want more customers. They want people to know them and to engage with them.
I want to help the business owner.
Yeah, to be seen. And what is that? We call that visibility. And what does a visibility engineer do? Focuses a spotlight on them. So they can be seen from
everywhere,
the world over. It doesn't matter if they are based in Kigali. They can, if you, because social media allows you to now talk to nearly 6 billion people. But you need to focus a light on him for him to be seen by all these people. Him or her, that business owner needs to be seen. For their businesses to grow, for them to get more customers. If nobody sees them, there is no trade. There is no business.
Okay, sir. And then I would ask you the one question, and even just help me that to clarify that for our client. Say that if I just we introduce the mostly to our client. I'm doing this, blah blah, and that. And then from the visibility engineers, you just help me to understand what I'm trying to help the business, the deep why, and why customer should come to me.
Yeah, if you don't answer the question why for the customer and why for you, you're confusing your customers. And confusion leads to no sales.
Yeah.
If your customer is confused, you're not going to get a no sale.
Yeah.
The customer is going to leave and go where there is clarity.
Yeah.
Instead of them seeking for clarity for from somebody else, why not from you? Why should your customer leave you and find another another solution?
Yeah.
When you could become the solution.
Yep.
All you need to do is rebrand yourself.
Yep.
All you need to do is start thinking like a visibility engineer, talking, walking, and behaving like a visibility engineer. That is exactly what you're doing. Your customer's need is what? Is visibility.
Visibility.
If you don't address your customer's need, there is no business.
There is no business. And then they just the other things about for your advice. You know that there is, when you are a marketing or you are just having a business, let's just say about in travel agencies. So what's the best way of, just if you catch up first time with the client, how can you just introducing to him?
Okay, you've given me a question, but I'll give you an example of the client I've worked with. There is Frank is a chef that goes into people's homes and cooks into rich people's homes and cooks. And Frank suffered from famine and feast. When he had work, he had too much of it. When he didn't have work, he didn't have too much. For many months, he didn't have work.
Yeah.
And that's not sustainable. It doesn't pay his rent. It doesn't pay his bills. It doesn't, it makes him poor. So he came to me and I said, rich people are not short of food.
Yeah.
Their fridges are stocked.
Yeah.
They are,
They are not suffering anything. From that.
they can order food from anywhere in the world. They have a chef at home. Why are they calling you? For special occasions?
What's the uniqueness you have so they can call you?
Yeah. So I told him that, rich people have rich people's problems. And rich people's problem is that everybody is in their phone and in their room. Nobody meets.
Yeah.
Nobody is in the living room. The living room, dining room, the biggest spaces in the house are empty, or they are being used by servants. The owners never use them. And and rich people's families are also divided because they are preoccupied. They are in their own rooms. Nobody talks to each other. So unity is a big problem for rich families.
Yeah.
You think poor people have problems? Rich people also have lots of problems. Yeah, and their problems is mostly to do with nobody understands each other.
Yeah.
Nobody comes together.
Yep.
There is no unity.
Yeah.
So I said, you should call yourself a chef that brings families together. He said, I'm a chef. I'm qualified as a 5-star, how to cook 5-star food in a 5-star hotel. I'm not I can't bring families together. I said, I'll teach it to you. He said, how? What do I have to do? I said, you just do the same things that you're doing. You make your customer and his family to prepare the ingredients that you're going to cook for them. So they have to do the washing, they have to do the chopping, they have to do the preparation of the ingredients. If they have put their sweat into it, they'll enjoy that food more.
And then it's a way of teaching them about the communication.
No, because now they are not used to doing these things. Their servants are doing all the chopping and the cooking and everything. Now they have to do it themselves. So they have to work as a team.
Yeah.
That brings them together. It gives them an experience that they've never had.
They know how to.
And they are seeking. That differentiates Frank, and now he wins more businesses. as a result of it. Everywhere he goes, he just introduces himself as a home cook chef that unites families together.
Simple as that.
That's it. And then they ask him, how do you do that? So he's winning businesses because of that. That's the leading question to him being employed. That's the same thing that's going to happen to you as a visibility engineer. As soon as you say, I'm a visibility engineer, they're going to say, what's that? That is a lead now.
Okay.
In future, that person is going to become your customer.
What about the time frame of that?
You need to say, I'm a visibility engineer. I can throw a spotlight on you in 7 days, 14 days, whatever. The time frame needs to be shrunk. They've been trying to do this for years. They're not succeeding. You come and tell them that I'm a visibility engineer. I'll make you visible on online, on social media, on LinkedIn, blah blah blah. They'll buy you, and you can charge a premium for it. But as a website designer, no, they all know what a website should cost. They don't know what a visibility engineer should cost.
Yeah.
Because they've never heard of it.
Yeah.
That's how you stand out. That's how you differentiate yourself. That's how you win more premium clients. If you want to win premium clients and win and make a lot of money, this is the way to do it. I think we should end it over here. I think this is clarity enough. Okay, for the audience's purpose, what have you learned? What are you going to do?
Okay, for the things I learned from my mentor, let's just call it like that. So I learned a lot, and they told me I just show him and give him what's about the things I'm doing, and I just I'm suffering from this.
Okay, what are you going to call yourself?
I'm going to call it visibility engineer, and I have already started doing it, and I guess
in the next episode, you're going to show them.
Yeah, I'm going to show what's the feedback and the result of everything. So it's right now working.
So there'll be a next episode on this.
Yeah, and I will show everything then result.
Thank you for tuning in.
Yeah. Hey.
Welcome.
Thank you for having me.
Your name is very famous in Rwanda.
Yes.
Kagame. Yeah, Paul Kagame. The whole world knows the tall president.
It's a very heavy name, I must say. But
It is.
I'm happy to be here, Mr. Harish. Thank you for having me.
Yeah. Paul Kagame has spent over $200 million on the Visit Rwanda campaign. It is doing well.
Yes.
The campaign is, I had a phone call from a friend, long lost friend in London. He was watching Man United play somebody else, and he said as soon as the goal went, he saw all the billboards flush with, visit Rwanda, visit Rwanda. And he knew that I was in Rwanda, so he gave me a call straight away. And the campaign is doing the job it is supposed to do,
Sure.
to bring people into Rwanda. But if they don't leave as raving fans, they don't leave satisfied, they don't recommend or they don't return, then all that money will have very little effect.
Yeah, I mean that's
You
very true.
come from the service industry. What are your experiences on? You help people with customer care or service
Sure.
industry. So how can this spend be well utilized? What
Yeah.
is that? What is it that Rwanda needs to do
Yes.
to make sure that people are getting a warm welcome, a warm handshake, eye contact, a warm greeting?
Yes. I mean that's very powerful. I like the statistics you just shared with us. They're very, very fundamental and thought-provoking if you can look at it that way. Why? Because the investment that the government made was because it had a vision. And the vision was to optimize the tourism space and the hospitality space to be able to, grow the economy, increase on the revenues. And recently I was reading a report from the RDB, a report, it was 2024, where they said that they made revenue worth $647 million
From the campaign?
from the campaign.
Okay.
That was 2024. I'm yet to look at the
So
recent report.
the graph is increasing.
It is. It
So
is.
it would be, if in 2 years ago it was 600 million. Now it should be a billion.
That's true, because they were looking at growing it to probably with an increment of about 30 to 32%.
Yeah.
So you can see that they're on a trajectory of growth, but I feel like there is more that can actually be harnessed out of that.
Yeah, Rwanda has a beautiful landscape. It has
Yes.
gorillas. It has it has a lot to offer.
Yes.
But my concern is that with any business, because I teach businesses,
Yes.
government is also run like a business, though by state officials.
Yes.
Bureaucrats, and bureaucrats are very inefficient.
Yes.
World over.
Yes.
In Kigali, they may be better than in Kenya or somewhere else, but
Yes.
Bureaucrats are very bad at business. And if for any business, if there is no repeat business, if the customer does not recommend you to 10 other people, or does not become a raving fan, he's going to start bad-mouthing you.
I mean,
A
that's
dissatisfied
true.
customer
Yeah.
is going to tell the world.
Exactly.
A satisfied customer is only going to reach out to 10 of his friends. But and social media allows you to express your views
It's more like
to,
a snowball
6.5
effect.
billion people.
That's a very big number. It's a multiplier effect. And I think going back to your statement of repeat business is what actually sustains business. I am so big on customer retention as a practitioner of customer experience, and I noticed that the things that delight customers are actually attached to the experiences they get when they interact with your brand. Now, in this particular case, our brand being Rwanda.
Yes.
Rwanda has done the PR, and we've got people into the top of the funnel.
Yes.
And now nurturing them into becoming not just customers, because by coming to the country, they are paid for your service.
Yes.
So they're going to interact with someone at the airport, the immigration, the cab person who's going to take them to their hotel.
Yeah.
They're going to interact with the front desk person at the
Yeah.
hotel. So all those are moments to create experiences.
Yes.
And you notice that they're interacting with human beings.
Yes.
But here's the moment of truth. The moment of truth is that when they get to meet these people, they actually get the opposite of what they expected. For
Yeah.
those that try, Mr. Harish, for those that try, they still do not hit the mark, because you see, when a visitor comes here, it's because they're well traveled, and it's not that they're coming to Rwanda to Rwanda as a country as their first travel. Even those that are coming for the first time, there's an expectation they have based on the branding you've done, based on the PR you've done, based on the communications and the brand promise that you have made. But when they get into the country, they experience something that is well below their expectations, and that's the moment where the satisfaction levels go down.
Yeah, if I was to recall my personal experience, I went to this stadium, a very well-built stadium,
Yes.
cricket stadium that's not far from, it's Nyanza Memorial, and then
Yes.
further up.
I know it.
I don't know the name. I'm very bad with names, so I ordered a coffee. I ordered a coffee, and I didn't see any activity. So 15 minutes later, I'm calling the waitress back. What's happening to the coffee? Oh, let me. She doesn't even tell me. Let me look at it. She's the person that had given the order, and I'm calling her in, and she's avoiding me. And so then finally, she comes to me, and then I said, "What's wrong with the coffee?" how long will the coffee take?
Yes.
So again, very no concrete answer, no concrete reply. 45 minutes later, I get to know that they don't have milk. I receive my coffee an hour later. No apology, and no communication that we've run out of milk. We are trying to sort it. Is there something that we can help you with?
Yes.
Is there some a soft drink that I can give you? I don't have the milk or the coffee, and this I have not. This has not happened once
Yes.
to me over here.
It's monotonous.
It has happened several times,
Several times, yes.
and I've just been here maybe in total no more than 4.5, 5 months.
Oh, yeah, that's pretty much a short time. If you're experiencing that in different places, that means it's a problem.
Yeah,
It is a
that
problem.
needs to be addressed. And if Kenya has learnt the art of hospitality.
Yes.
They know how to welcome guests. Karibu. Can I get you drink of water? Even in not 5-star, but even in 4-star hotels. The experience, the welcome from the reception, from the ushers, the
waiters,
even the
bag
luggage guys,
the
bag
luggage
guys,
guys,
and
yes.
it's memorable.
Yeah, yeah. So there's a culture of customer centricity.
Yes, they've been trained,
Yeah, yeah.
and they've had a they have had a history of catering for guests. Tourism in Kenya is very mature.
Yes.
So they have, for many generations have done this. So they are well versed at it. I don't see that happening. Being the case in Rwanda.
What do you think, according to your observation? I know, 6 or 4 or 5 months that you've been here. It's it has given you a picture, probably not a 360 picture of what's happening, but probably there's things you've noticed, that are nuanced about the culture here. What is it that you feel like could be the root cause? Because if you don't understand the root cause of why things are happening, you probably might have to cosmetically deal with it, but never deal with it to its core. What are your observations based on your
I think
experience?
one is that they've never had the experience, or Rwanda has never been a tourist destination.
Yes.
It has become a tourist destination because of the spend.
Yes.
Visit Rwanda campaign, is well run. Yes. Whoever is running it is doing a fantastic job of it. It is, bringing eyeballs. It is bringing footfall. It is bringing tourists in the country.
Yes.
My concern is not, bringing people in. My concern is they need to leave satisfied, and they need to leave like raving fans that will go and talk to their neighbors and their friends and their colleagues and say, oh, I went to Rwanda and I enjoyed every bit of it. Not just the gorillas, not just the landscapes, not just the greenery, not just the cleanliness, not just the roads, but the people, the smile, the welcome, the greeting, the trust and the comfort that I got. If they can say those words and they've experienced it, I am telling you they are going to recommend 10, 20 people.
That's true. And that's value.
It's value. Because, one-time experience, and again, if somebody has traveled the world, like I have, and seen the hospitality, I've experienced hospitality in cruises. In cruise, the level of hospitality is, I've never seen it even in 5 stars. That is a floating town. You're talking about 7 to 10,000 people being carried with one vessel. Where in the cruise that I went to, we were 4,000 guests and 3,000 staff.
That's a ratio of Probably
one-to-one,
one-to-one
more or
almost,
less.
Yeah, sure.
And the experience there was that, for every 10 tables, there was one wine waiter. You would come and say, Mr. Dabasia, today, you're having a Mexican, this wine will go well with it. I don't drink anyway, but, that would be the experience that drinkers will have it.
Yes.
Then, for every 4 tables, there is a waiter, dedicated waiter. He would come to me and say, Mr. Dabasia, you are a vegetarian. What would you like me to make for you?
So they had that information prior.
Yes.
That's amazing. That's so personalized, if I can put it.
Yeah. And they would say, well, would you like me to do Indian? And I would say, no, I'm an Indian. I don't want Indian.
Yeah, yeah.
What can I do then? Can you do something, Chinese or Mexican? Oh, yeah, we can do Mexican. We can do enchiladas. We can do this. We can do that. So that's the kind of level of service that if somebody has experienced it and comes here and, instead of a warm greet and a warm welcome, they get a grunt, go away. Just not saying the words, but, meaning, you're disturbing me.
Yes, yes. And
you're bothering me.
Just talking about your experience with the cruise, I would love to know, how did you feel when all those events were taking place? The questions that were tailored to your needs. What did that make you feel? Because at the end of the day, that's what we want to hear.
It felt like home. It felt like I've reached, maybe my mother's house or something.
Yes.
That's the kind of care and attention. After, a son meeting their mother for, 15, 20 years later, the mother is excited. She wants to please her son.
Yes.
That's the kind of excitement they were showing.
And you're talking about it right now, meaning it's a story.
This was 35 years back.
That's a long time ago. It still stayed with you.
Yes.
It still stayed with you. And just talking about that, Mr. Harish, looking at our country, Rwanda, I know we are a young economy. I know there's quite a lot of moving parts that the government is putting together to see that there's a holistic experience that our guests get.
Mm-hmm.
Because culturally in Rwanda, hospitality is not something that is kind of detached from us. Back then it wasn't the case, but there's many things that are changing, and
I think there is a lack of generational wealth. That is one thing, because of the genocide.
Yes, the country has.
You suffered a loss of a whole generation.
Yes, literally.
Yeah, I think, and that left people unguided.
Yes.
And once you are left unguided, you pick up bad habits.
You're right, because you have no foundation, you have no core.
Yes, I think that is, and I found, being a teacher, being a mentor, I found that it's much harder to erase the bad habits before you can plant in
the good ones.
The good ones. It's far harder. It's I come from the construction industry, and
Are you meaning unlearning?
Yes.
Okay.
I come from the construction industry. It's to do a refurb.
Yes.
And you are doing something and it goes wrong. Let's say I was plastering this wall.
Yes.
And the plaster was mismanaged. To redo it again, I have to scrap it again. It's going to cost me 3 to 4 times more. I've already wasted the money on doing it badly.
That's already taxing in its own.
Yeah, and then I have to scrap it, take it off, and then reapply.
A lot of heavy lifting, so much work.
So much work. And that's the same scenario. This is not, I'm talking about plaster, it's the same with behavior. It's the same with learning. If somebody, has learned bad habits or or they have not learned the right way, then scrapping it off.
You're more like giving me, metaphorically, if you look at a tree that has grown to a level where it's really strong.
Yeah.
It has branches.
You can't bend it.
It's very hard to bend that tree. So do you think it's going to take a certain generation to phase away for us to have a complete shift of culture in as far as service excellence is concerned? Talking realistically.
If the Rwandans don't, the industry will have to survive. The industry will find ways
of
surviving and making this thing come true. If the locals don't train, then people from abroad, neighboring countries, will take their jobs. I see this happening. This being a more realistic solution.
And I mean, that's a wake-up call for the people that are at the front line of, connecting with customers.
Because your ease of mobility is so great.
Yes.
And your relationship with the neighboring countries are so great. Somebody who has been trained in hospitality in Nairobi or in Kampala or in Tanzania or Dar es Salaam will come and take the jobs that you had prepared for your own youth.
Because the competition is there and everyone is looking for
the industry
good
can't
talents.
survive.
Yeah.
It can't work with mediocre. Your customers are not expecting mediocre service. The server, the company that is, let's say it's Serena. So for Serena, it's easy to get staff from Nairobi, from Kampala, because they have branches there. It's the same thing for Hilton. It's like in Dubai, the Filipinos are taking all the hospitality jobs. Why?
Dubai, yes.
Because they're well trained.
So what you're saying, training is a very important aspect for us to look at.
Yes.
If we are going to see measurable
If you
results.
want to create, there is the major purpose of, I think, for the government to choose, the Visit Rwanda campaign is that every foreign tourist creates 3 jobs locally. Whether it is in Dubai, whether it is in London, or it is in Paris, or the statistics may be even higher here, because labor is so cheap. In London, it's far expensive to hire a driver or to hire a cook or hire a maid or whatever. Over here, it's labor is cheap, so the statistics would be every tourist is generating 4 or 5 jobs.
Just one tourist.
One tourist.
Correct.
And if, let's say, in a year, the campaign manages to bring 1 million tourists, that's 5 million jobs.
Yeah, sure.
And well-paid jobs.
Yes.
Comfortable jobs, not street sweeping.
Yes.
If your workforce is not able to absorb that, or is not able to train fast enough, then this workforce will come from somewhere else.
So you're seeing a lot of they're rendering the locals irrelevant.
Yes.
Because they're not upskilled enough to be able to deliver last mile experiences to the guests.
True.
So, Mr. Harish, honestly, I looked at the budget last year that was, shared by the Ministry of Finance and Planning, and they really put a budget. There is what we call the National Strategic Transformation Plan, NST2, and they are now focusing on capacity building. But the question is, what kind of training do the people that are in the service industry need? Because that's also something to look at. I mean, you can teach them everything.
Okay. I have a friend, her name is Francis. She was trained and she worked in Italy. Okay. And now she's running a boutique hotel, tea house or something.
Yes.
And Francis said that, she has apart from that business, she wants to train youths over here. And okay, there is twofold. Francis is not a good teacher because she's a doer. Okay. She likes to micromanage, so she's not very good at teaching.
Executor many of the time.
Yeah, she's a business owner who grinds herself. Even if an umbrella needs to be put up, then she would be the ones who to make sure that it is put in the right place and blah blah blah.
Without waiting for.
So, she, I had a conversation with her, and she said that, Harish, I am finding it so tough to train the local workforce to the level. She runs these 2 places, 2 boutique hotels and 1 workspace, and she's saying that even simple barista, coffee barista has become a universal
Yes, yes.
workforce. It is a universal, job title.
It's been adopted.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
So coffee baristas also, she's finding, she has a tea house, so she sells coffee. She's finding it difficult to find even to train her coffee baristas, let alone anything else.
Is it that the locals are not teachable? Could that be an issue?
She's finding it. She's saying that that's the case, but I'm saying that no human is unteachable.
Yeah, because I mean, why is maybe the format in which she's teaching is probably
Because she's a
not-
doer, she's not a good teacher.
Okay.
So that may be the cause.
That
But again, this is not an isolated incident. She's not the only one I'm hearing
Yes.
this from.
Yes. So it's multiple other people that have shared with
Yeah,
you
but
similar experience.
okay, if you look at the merchant shipping industry, you look at the tourism industry, the Filipinos are dominating, and because there is a system in Philippines, and that has been going on for 30, 40, 50 years of creating chefs, of creating baristas, of creating drivers, well-trained, well-behaved drivers, well-trained, well-behaved chefs, baristas, and the Filipinos have mastered that art of
Yeah.
training their workforce
Yes.
to go anywhere in the world.
So their focus has been on, investing in human intellectual capital.
Yes, that needs to be the case here.
Yes.
In fact, Rwanda needs to export this well-trained workforce.
Because I mean, we don't have as many resources, so I think that would be a very good one for
Yeah,
us.
it will create a lot of diaspora income. It will create a lot of remittances back home.
That's true. That's true. That's true.
There
And-
needs to be. We need to establish an industry in which like the Filipinos have done, of care specialists. India has become the nursing. Every European country needs nurses. They would go to India.
All right. Yeah,
They would
that's
go
true.
to Philippines. They'll come to Africa, to Kenya or somewhere. So there is because of aging and all other problems in the Europe, they are short of staff. So India has also a history of training nurses and doctors and whatnot that go all over the world,
I mean, India is
and
like
and also IT
a medical
experts.
tourism hub.
Yeah, and also IT experts.
IT experts as well.
Yeah, but they've all been trained. They're just not good at their desk.
They're trained, meaning
They're
that-
also good at dealing with the customer complaint, that it doesn't escalate.
So you're talking about all these things, and I'm looking at our country, Rwanda. It's at a cusp of very many things. Right now, the government is there's something the president keeps talking about: service excellence. He's talking, in Rwanda they call it that service zinoze. Like
Okay, there is a French word.
that's a Kenya Rwanda word, like a last mile service.
Okay.
He keeps singing that song, and brands are starting to wake up, but you see there's still a bit of a lag in how are they catching up with the vision of the country, because the country is moving, but I'm afraid that we are not moving at the same pace as the leadership, because the leadership has real
Yeah,
plans
and
in place.
okay, Paul Kagame has done a very good job of creating a blueprint,
Yes.
like the Sheikh of Dubai did. He said that because we don't have other resources, we don't have oil, or we are going to run out of oil, we need to transition to hospitality, we need to transition to tourism. And it started with just a thought.
Yeah.
Everything we do, we build, it starts with a thought. Yeah, and he put it in. It took many years to bring it to fruition. It may have taken, the original, thinker may have already died. It's his son who is, taking the legacy. So, nothing happens overnight.
Yeah.
But it all happened with a thought. So Paul Kagame had a thought of turning this into the the Singapore or the Switzerland of Africa or whatever he had in his mind. He may have seen something and he wants to replicate it. He's done it very well with the roads. He's done it very well with internet and electricity. He's done very well with the airports, the immigrations, and company formation, the ease of doing business, the ease of mobility. Those things he's managed very well. Even this campaign is very well managed. What I'm concerned is the last mile.
Yes. And that's very important. I like the fact that you've talked about infrastructure, because that's more like a bedrock on which many things can be built. But the aspect that is still not yet fully optimized is the aspect of the people aspect.
Yes.
And that comes with training and culture transformation. How do we have that done in a practical way? If you could probably maybe share with us, because you're well traveled, Mr. Harish. You've seen
I
quite a lot.
am, and I think nobody should invent a new wheel.
Yes.
These wheels are existing in Philippines. It exists in India. It exists anywhere else in the
Yes.
world. What we need to do is copy those excellent models and create them over here. Philippines was not an excellent in training carers or training front staff or whatever, but they became. They also had a vision that we don't have enough jobs in our country. We need to train them to global standards so that they can work anywhere in the world. The same kind of thinking needs to happen over here. You have a very young
Population.
Vibrant population.
That's correct.
Because very few elderly people. So there is a huge gap in between. But this young workforce, if it is not trained to international standards, will provide average services, and there is no space for average. The next step after average is rubbish.
Yeah, which is uncalled for. No one wants to have rubbish.
Yeah.
So talking about the things that need to be entrenched into company cultures to really have that happen, what are some of the skills you feel are on demand and especially very cut out for what's happening in Rwanda right now?
Okay, people need to, one is that there is I've seen it several times. I've come across a number of guests who I offered free services, and they were expecting me to, listen to them babbling. One guy says, you need to take time to listen to me. I said, why should I listen to you? Who are you?
Help me understand that. I didn't get
So
that.
somebody approached me through TikTok.
Okay.
And said, I've been looking at your videos. I like what you do. Is it possible for me to come and meet you? I said, yeah, welcome. I'm at Norscan. Come and see me. The guy starts a conversation. I need somebody to listen to me. I said, talk. I'm happy, but can we put a limit to it? So I allowed him to talk for 30 minutes or something, and then I said, my friend, you are going round and round the circles. Can you come to the point? What do you need me to help you with? Do you have a business idea that I need you to help with? You need help with, or what is it? No, he's saying, he got frustrated that I'm asking him this question. He's saying, you're not listening to me. I said, is me listening to you important, or solving your problem is important? And that interaction, I had to cut it out, and I had to escort him out of the building. And that was not the first incident that happened to me. There is another guy who works in here, and approached me and said, Harish, I want you to help me with. And then he goes on, and I'm I have to stop him and say, okay, is there a point to what you're saying? Is there something that I can fix? Again, he gets angry. Why is this happening? Why do you expect people to listen to your babbling? Where did that expectation come from?
So is it a communication gap in terms of how do people express themselves, and how are they?
Okay, when in good service,
Yeah.
you need people who can listen.
Good
they can
listeners, yes.
listeners, people who smile, who give you a welcome. They make eye contact, and I see that even in North here, people even in the common areas, they don't greet each other.
Yeah, I see that.
There is no hello, good morning, how are you? Nothing. Everybody is just doing their business. Even when you are sitting next to somebody, the guy can't be bothered to ask, what's your name?
Where is that coming from, if you will? I would love to understand, because it's no strange thing to me as well. I mean, I've also seen it. People are not personable.
And this is a business hub. What
sense
business
of-
are you going to have if you are not going to connect with people?
The sense of community is not there
Yeah, but again, what business are you going to have?
without a relationship built.
There is no business that is happening without trust. And trust happens through connections.
Which happen through communication.
It happens through communication. If even a business entrepreneurs are finding it tough, then just imagine a level down, 3 levels down below, just workers.
That's a
This is a
fundamental
pandemic.
problem.
This is a serious issue that we are highlighting today,
Yes.
and it needs to be dealt methodically and systematically. But there are schools of excellence that can be modeled. Like you have modeled the school, the governance of excellence.
Yes.
You can model the same thing in training your carers, training your front. So there are schools of excellence in every industry, in every avenue that you want to go to, but it requires a sustained commitment. It doesn't happen overnight. It will require many reiterations. It will require many. It's like any class syllabus or any education that I have a guy who comes from Central Africa. I have staff from South Sudan. I have staff from Central Africa.
You're very good at it. Very efficient. And the posters that you produce for us.
If we have to move this way a little,
We have to be this way.
okay. And Kevin has to move this way a bit.
Yeah, there is okay.
Am I there?
Yeah.
And I explained to you about the pizza place as well. The reason why he's with the glass box kitchen in the middle. He only has 5 items in his menu. Yeah, because and he's saying that I'm only going to serve pizza specialist. You come to me from far and wide just to eat good pizza.
It's emphasizing the
Mm.
where is the outside when it even the other guy been taking us last time.
Yeah, the hairdresser, the hairstylist.
It's actually you.
Yeah.
So people are doing a lot of people.
So, yeah. Tell us when you go live. Okay, that's fine, Kevin. I think this live stream is showing us. Okay, but why is it there is so much headroom? Bring it down. Yeah, perfect. Yeah. Yeah.
Don't forget you have another command there.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Are we on?
Yeah.
Okay. Are we live?
No. 1, 2, 3, go. Yeah, I don't check those. On live.
Perfect. Okay. So,
Welcome to another Africa Talks Business. This is another Sunday session, and we are going to be talking about why business mini-series make businesses go viral on the internet.
yeah. And it is a social phenomena that is connecting people to businesses and brands.
Yeah.
There is a very famous coffee shop in New York that the barista, the owner, and the waitresses become stars of that mini series.
Yeah.
And people who are, so they have around 5,000-6,000 people tuning in to their mini series, maybe even more.
So whenever they come to New York, whenever they go to Brooklyn or wherever it is, they make it a point to go and drink the coffee there and meet their stars. So this phenomena is, it's not new. It started with the pornography industry.
Oh, shocking.
Yes.
Yeah.
It started with the pornography industry in which the punters would tell the girl to do certain things.
Yeah.
And, that made many of these girls multimillionaires. And they didn't have to physically meet anyone.
Yeah.
That same phenomena is happening in business this time.
Yeah.
Yeah. There is this Chinese pastry woman. They've been making pastries for 5 generations.
Yes.
And now what she has done is she's got, like I have got the 2 bikes, she has 3 bikes, and she has a screen in front of her, and she's making her pastries and connecting to the audience. Yeah. She's got, even at odd hours, whenever I log in and see her, she's got over 20,000 people watching her.
Mm-hmm.
So whenever they go to her town, they'll go and make it a point to eat her pastry, go and meet her.
Yeah.
So they connect, she's become a star to her fans. It's the same with, this pizza place, the guy who is making the pasta, the guy who's taking the orders, the waiter and the owners, and the guy who's making the desserts, they all become stars in a series.
Yeah. So I realized I didn't introduce anyone. So today we are joined by Harish Dabasia and our good junior lawyer, Benon.
Yeah.
Yeah. And let me go through the summary of the topics we are going to be going over. So after a couple of videos examining what works on the internet and what doesn't work, we're going to be talking about storytelling mechanics that you use while making your videos, algorithm and platform behavior, which is usually called CAC, platforms and PAC actually, platforms and culture. And then we're going to go into the production and format strategy and growth and business model. So after all that, Mr. Harish, you're going to be sharing us your experiences and what you have seen that works in the industries.
Yeah. For the African audiences, we've seen a lot of engagement in Reddit. We've seen a lot of engagement in TikTok. We've seen a lot of engagement in X.
Yeah.
These 3 platforms, we are getting a lot of engagement from the African audiences. The American audiences are still preferring to use X, YouTube, and Instagram. And we've been making a lot of videos, we've been making a lot of content, and we've been doing a lot of lives. That is by design, because we are building this business in public, in front of the public. We want the audience to engage with us. We want to win their trust, and we are even sharing the blueprints of the business.
Mm-hmm.
We are not hiding anything, and we are sharing information. And information, if I don't share it, somebody else will share it. So why not me sharing it and building a trust with the community that I'm serving? Yeah. So sharing information is for trust building. It is to make people see me as an expert.
Yeah.
So that's what we are doing. Okay. In terms of the algorithms.
Yeah. We still had a couple of questions before.
Go on. Which one? What was it?
So this one is very important because why do viewers connect more to places as characters and not just business locations?
Okay, there is a phenomena. My mic is not working.
Yeah, I think they are.
Let's check.
Yeah.
Okay, it's on. Sorry for the convenience and disturbance. Yeah, we were talking about people are connecting more to personal brands than they are connecting to company brands. The classic example is the world's biggest company, Apple. Apple as a company has around 150 million viewers, subscribers, and Tim Cook, who shares nothing about his life, just being a CEO of Apple, has around 450 million, 500 million subscribers. Cristiano Ronaldo, one single man, has 600 million followers. The whole football league put together is less than 200 million. He is 3 times more popular than the whole league put together. And that is because people connect to people. People connect to Cristiano Ronaldo as somebody who loves his children, somebody who loves his mother, somebody who loves the game. The guy is a sportsman spirit, whatever, they love him for. And he can also share about his ups and downs. Companies count. So that's why, this connecting with characters, connecting with people, it's like this pastry woman. There are 3 ladies who come alternate on the camera, and there is one, she's very popular. So when she comes and when her time comes to do the pastry, the viewership goes up to 25,000.
Can they actually see her face, or it's just
No, they see her. No, they see us one version of her, but she sometimes on and off. But she's busy, making a pastry. She doesn't have the time to, show her face and whatnot. But but when she,
so they just enjoy how she makes it.
When she comes in, and maybe it's how she engages with the audience. Because she's got the mics and she's got a screen in front of her, so she's engaging with it. So when she comes in, the viewership goes up, and they have set some time limits. So she comes in for 3 hours, another one comes for 3 hours. So depending on who is there, the viewership will go up or come down.
So people have recognized who is doing it better than the other.
So
they come in 2 categories. The one who is interested in this, he does this. The one who is interested in this, he comes over that.
And each girl has her own circle of influence. And followers.
So it can also be applied to shifts.
Yes.
With workers.
Yes. But the mini-series thing is happening in the West mostly. Coffee shops, pizza places, and all that are doing that. But the Chinese have taken it a step
higher.
The Chinese they know the value of the company for cheaper. They know how far the technology can take you, and they are more advanced in doing that.
Before the new ideas always came from the West and went to the East. Now it's just reversed.
The turns are table.
The tables have turned, and now all the new, bright ideas are coming from the East. And going into the West.
I think it's also one of the things that is selling. In Kenya, in Safari, there is a competition that is taking place of this lacing, lacing. But they took it into the. They took it into the park. So people are lacing where they park, and the yellow brains are there viewing, but people are also within the park taking the. So it's a tour where they even seeing the lacing or the lacing. See that they're equipping everything, like they are bringing this to the show, like people are feeling to be connected to it.
And we've seen this tremendous success of iShow Speed Africa tour. The way he engaged, and he went to Kenya and he got over, I think, 600,000 new subscribers. He went to Ethiopia and he gets another 1 million subscribers. This guy is and why do people connect to iShow Speed? The guy wears their clothes, eats their food. He makes the food with them. He crawls to be ornamented as he's connecting to food, he's connecting to music, he's connecting to dances, he's connecting to tribes, he's connecting to culture, he's connecting to traditions. And that's where, and it's not scripted, because it's live. It's authentic.
It's happening in real time.
It's happening in real time. There is no editing, there is no agenda, there is no pre-plan. He's making mistakes in public.
Okay, so that has been a very good perspective on it. But moving on to the storytelling mechanics, how important is the owner's personal story to the success of the episodes?
Yes, owners, most businesses or most the owner's story builds trust and gives the reason why you are doing what you're doing. And if your customers don't understand the reason, what is driving you, what problem are you trying to solve, how are you trying to do it, how long are you gonna take to do it? If they don't follow the journey, they don't buy into the mission, the larger than life goals. Like I'm foul of it myself. Whenever I had big successes and big press, exposure, I've been caned by my father, my uncle, who's also like my father, and Harish, what are you doing? We are on the front pages of Sunday Times. We don't do this and all that.
Yeah.
So I've adapted my behavior to not share everything.
Yeah.
But this time round, I don't care. I'm 54 years old. I mean, I'm away from my family. I'm away from everything. So I'm willing to share a lot more than I would have done. And the reason why we've got this larger than life mission of making a million millionaires, helping make a million millionaires, is that whenever I've had several successes in I've had several successes in London, but I was busy with my family, I was busy with my business, I was busy with many things, and I didn't have the time to document. Didn't have the time to, I know the engineering behind it, but if I die today, it dies with me.
Yeah.
So, there is this new concept of emptying yourself out before you die. So I've also adapted that mentality, and I say that, okay, previously I didn't have the chance to document it. This time around, I'm going to do it publicly. I'm going to engage with the audience. I'm going to engage with my customers. I'm going to engage with my staff. Yeah.
Maybe what I can add that, I think our personal story always it's a motivational move that plays a lot of people. It's all of us were here because we had studies that we did.
Yeah.
The stories that built who we are and that is still building what we should be.
Mm-hmm.
It's out of a personal story that lets the new generations move on. We have a slogan in local language that says, he or she who never conversed with his grandfather, with his father, he doesn't know what his grandfather left.
True, so, and ironically, I'm carrying my grandfather's nose in DNA terms.
So that's one of the things that it's out of the stories that we always tell that motivates us, that makes us to be who we are. And I think everyone should be having a story to tell the world because it's something that is so unique.
Yeah, and everybody's perspective. So because I come from construction and I come from parenting background, so all my perspectives will be either on parenting or on construction. So my terminology is also, most of my explanations is about engineering, it's about stability, it's about building the foundation. So And this AI will never be able to do.
Can't replicate personal experience.
Yes. And the content AI is becoming very clever. It is growing exponentially, and it's learning much faster, and the curve is just going to go up. It is creating content very cheaply and populating the platforms. This fog of AI generated content, the only way to combat it is through storytelling. It is through personal stories, engaging with your face, with your voice, and your perspectives. That's the only way you'll be able to differentiate a real human being from lifelike AI-generated content. You mentioned something about you work in a call center or something, and you're saying that your customers are complaining, or the staff are complaining that am I talking to a chatbot? Say it again for the audience.
It's about when you handle it, the client. Right now, I'm experiencing different clients, but people have come to be aware that there is an information that can be shared by AI and an information that can be shared by a person. So whenever you write to your information and you tell ChatGPT or you tell the AI, you say, rephrase for me this one politely and correctly. So it phrases it mechanically. And you find out that you have given a client something that he feels like, this is an AI, it's not a human being. And then he replies saying, am I chatting to AI? You say, no, you're chatting to Benon.
So, but Benon is using AI.
Benon is using AI. So something
and people can catch it.
Yeah, people can pick, like, they can analyze. Okay. So the generation that will be moving forward, it's a generation that people are coming to know who, like, am I chatting with the real person? I'm chatting with the AI. So if we generate this and we continue being humanical, it will be providing no sense more than being an AI.
Yeah. See, if viewers, people can follow Cristiano Ronaldo more than the whole league to put together. So because he's become a personal brand. Similarly, if any businessman or any business wants to stand out, then they have to, I'm not saying don't use AI. AI is a very good tool, and it is going to become so common and so, like the calculators are, like computers are in everybody's home and in everybody's workplace. Anyone who is going to be left behind is the person who's not using AI.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. If there is a business woman or the Chinese lady who's using AI and using live streaming and all that to stand out and win more business, she's, her business is going to thrive. But she's going to steal market from somebody else who's not doing it. It is always the case that the people who adapt technology faster, countries that adapt technology faster, are the ones that excel. And Rwanda is setting a very good example in adapting drones and adapting a lot of this technologies, AI. They're creating a fifth generation building over here in Norskin itself. So technology is a huge enabler. Yeah, but also, humans should not forget that there is only one way of differentiating yourself from AI is be yourself. Tell your story, give your perspective, and show your face, show your voice, and be yourself. Yeah, and we've increased as a business. We've increased our live engagements deliberately. We are doing. Apart from Monday, we are every 12 o'clock GMT +2. We are doing throughout the week. From Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And so Monday is the day we take off. We are off. So apart from that, every day at 12 o'clock, you can tune in. There'll be one day where we are talking about the meeting, the group meeting, we will do it in live. We are talking about branding. You know, we are talking about there are lots of networking groups and meetups for the tech, the fintech, and all that, but not for the rest of the business community. So we want to create an event in which anyone who is in business or wants to be in business can come to this, a network event where you build, your connections on Saturday and you run your business on Monday. So it is going to be again between 11 and 2. We're building a waiting list. Anyone in Kigali at that time who wants to come, you're welcome to join the waiting list. Depending on the waiting list, and it will give us an idea of how many people are interested and how to organize the event and cater for it.
And by the way, if you're building something ambitious in Kigali, you should know about Northern House Kigali. It's one of the 5 houses around the world that cater for founders, creators working on big ideas. Inside, you find the entrepreneurs, startups, and investors building on all kinds of businesses working in the same space.
And the freelancer membership is that cheap. It's $60 per month. It's $2 a day. And it includes coffee and tea. I'm consuming more coffee and tea than the membership I'm paying. It's good value for money. You'll be surrounded. You'll be, working from one of the best eco-friendly buildings in the world. You'll be surrounded by like-minded entrepreneurs. But please, join the waiting list for the second Saturday every month.
So moving on to the next question, we have this category called the algorithms and platform behavior. I usually like to call it PAC, platforms and culture. Why do you think algorithms on platforms like TikTok and Instagram tend to perform better for storytelling videos?
It's not so much for storytelling, it's mostly for entertainment. And what we have realized is that people who are interested in entertainment are not interested in business. People who are in business, who are interested in business content, they are not interested in entertainment. So different platforms have different priorities. We still use shorts, and it's mainly for people to come across my face, come across my voice, come across my brand. But I'm not getting a lot of subscribers from shorts. I'm not getting a lot of clients from shorts. Most of our clients are coming from the lives, and from the subscribers and are coming from lives. They are coming, and the content that we are creating is for business owners who are struggling to be profitable, to grow their business. Without profit, there is no growth. So, the viewers who are watching, if you're a business who is struggling from profitability, and as a result struggling from growth, then get in touch with us. We will help you. We will help you explode your growth. The other thing is platforms. As I mentioned, that in Africa, TikTok and Reddit and X, in Rwanda especially, these 3 platforms are very popular. And TikTok is such an easy platform to work with. It's very engaging, it's easy to chat with the person that you're consuming their content from. It also has a very good editing suite. So the videos that we are making, if we want to make highlights or we want to make shorts, then that it has its own inbuilt editing suite that you don't need any subscription or anything for it. So for the poor economies and poor nations and poor content creators, somebody who doesn't want to pay for subscription, I found that Africans are very, reluctant to pay for subscriptions.
That's to go through two-step verification. Do I really need it? Do I not need it?
Yeah, and they normally go for the freebies, and I think there is a place for the freebies, but if you want to be, these technologies are like employees. You have to pay employees. You have to pay for subscriptions, and the platforms that we are using for live streaming. I would have had to have 3 guys on camera. Now I just have one platform that's doing it for me.
Yeah.
So it is an enabler, and and you can only get this through subscription.
Yeah.
So different platforms have different behaviors, but again, businessmen and women, business owners need to use them for different purposes.
Yeah. Going forward with the production format strategy, what you've produced hundreds of videos by now. What format do you think works best?
To win business, to win
to win
clients, we're talking about highlights plus long. The shorts, good for views, but views don't turn into views and likes and comments. Where is the cash? Yeah. So anyone, any business owner who wants to use content creation as a way of increasing their visibility, that's fine. But then there needs to be a product that you monetize it. There needs to be advertisement, or there needs to be a product that you're selling or something. You need to monetize the work that you do. You are putting so many hours. We are going to put so many hours towards it. It needs to generate some money. Otherwise, we get demotivated. We burn out, and we stop doing it. For me, the content creation journey is a very new one. I come from the construction and property background, and yes, I have been making content, and I have channels that are 15, 20 years old, but it was a passive thing. It was a hobby that I was doing. It's not, I didn't use it as a commercial vehicle. It's only now in this venture that I'm using it as a commercial vehicle.
Yeah, that's a very good answer. Going down to the growth and business model, it's considered a lot of noise, because posting on social is one thing, and getting clients from them is also another. So what business model actually works best, so that people don't waste their time?
Okay, for business growth, live streaming and work and long form. If you're a coach, you're a consultant, you're any guru, any expert, then this is the platforms and this is the format I would recommend. For entertainers who want millions of views, they should go for the short forms. And the problem with all this is that you are getting the views, you're getting this applause, the likes, but where is the money? I want to be accountable. I want to be accountable for the staff that I'm working for. I need to generate money for them. I need to generate money for myself and the equipment that we're using and the subscriptions that we pay. Right? It's not going to happen with just
Applause,
uploads. Yeah. So it is good to we use it for people to be familiar with my face and my voice. It's not where we're getting revenues from, and we don't expect it to be the place to get revenue.
Yeah. So this whole discussion was all about talking about how businesses can use mini series to generate more views, more clients for their business.
Yeah.
But the key factor is how do you determine that it actually works for your business? Can it work for anything?
It is working for this pastry woman in China. Ironically, she's making more money from her live stream revenue than she's making from her pastry.
Yeah.
And you're talking about 25,000 people. That's a mini stadium.
Yeah.
Quantity of people. which she's doing it from the comforts of her cooking table. So yes, it does work, and and businesses will go. I think the trend has started in China. It has come to India. It has, as I said, the origins of it was in the pornographic industry.
Yeah.
and most technologies get first used in those naughty spheres before it becomes a mainstream event in business, and mostly in the brick and mortar businesses. But it will come.
I think more it also works because when I see most of the times where I get my own things, so going to buy stuff, so I always follow. Scrolling and scrolling, you find a person.
Yeah.
Tend to
Talking
find a
about
person talking about what you've been in need of. You take a screenshot. You may not even like the video.
Just take
You
this.
may even not be one of the viewers, but you just take a screenshot and you move out. Whenever you get money, you remember that I wanted this stuff. I had a screenshot of that.
Okay, so
So
you'll
go
dig for it again.
Yes, he did it. She did it, or he did it, but he never expected that he would be getting the client.
No, we had this experiment where we did this. We went on one of these platforms, the selling platform,
Yeah.
and the guys are saying, "Can I buy the Noskin cushion? Can I buy the lamp? Can I buy my shirt?"
It's something that
And then the Chinese ladies that are doing live shopping. Live shopping is going to be a retail killer. We thought, Amazon, we thought supermarkets are going to kill businesses, but these live streamers are going to kill it. The Chinese girls are taking a dress and describing it and taking another one. Oh, these girls are very efficient.
it's even one of there is a company that is like just you go on media and you call them, you say we need this and this. They bring it in time. This is called Vuba. Yeah, Vuba. Yesterday was on the Supreme Court. We had the thing in time. And, they had made one of the sponsors and one of the people, but it never took even 30 minutes when everything is prepared. And they have built their own way on media. It's over media. If they don't have this is where you should be, this is where we look, and if you want to eat, you can come and just they're just doing it. You call them, then they come. You call them, then they come. I think
and anyone who differentiates themselves service, they differentiate themselves on ease of access, they are going to be more businesses. So social media is a because everybody now has a smartphone and everybody has internet. Are consuming 4 to 6 hours of screen time. They're on social media this many hours. So it's you can't stop it. You just have to embrace it. Yeah, and I think this has been a lively debate and discussion. Thank you, both of you, for joining and asking me the questions.
Yeah.
Is there a closing remark you want to make?
Yes, there is a closing. There is a closing remark.
Yeah.
You recently did an analysis of a couple of videos that worked, and I want to ask you about them a little while before we close up.
Okay.
So I'm going to be sharing with the screen right now. This tiramisu drawer.
This is an Italian restaurant in New York that does this live series, and this guy he's the dessert. He serves desserts in that restaurant, and then there is another guy who makes the pizza, and there is another guy who does the front end, and there is a waiter in the front.
Yeah.
So, but just looking at this thing, brings water in my mouth.
Yeah. You talked about
doing the desserts. He has a name and a character, and he has a habit. And people are connecting to him not only because of the desserts only, but because of his personality as well.
Yeah.
So his voice, his demeanor,
is he funny? Is he kind?
yeah. Does he give generous portions? Things like that.
Even the way it looks so delicious.
Yeah. And there is another one, the pizza one. Just if you can try and get the pizza one up.
When still I saw someone saying that he's really enjoying the conversation, JJ. So greeting you, hope you're doing
Yeah, thank you for tuning in. And, yeah, this is the restaurant that is using in a social engagement, social series to set itself apart from the rest of the pizza places. And it is done it very successfully. Whenever you go there, it's a queue. There is this bearded, guy who bakes the pizza. There is this, bold guy, who does the pastas and things like that. And they become characters in a mini series. And whoever sees this mini series, whoever tunes in, whenever they go to that locality in that city.
Yes.
They want to go and meet them. They want to go and greet them. They want to go and try their food.
Yeah.
And that no kind of advertisement will. These followers become raving fans. They become repeat customers, and not only repeat customers, but they also talk to all their friends and family.
Yeah.
And anyone in their influence. And there is no better spend, because it may be costing them to film it.
Yeah.
It may be costing
but
them
they
to
already
edit it.
have phones and
and maybe they are doing it on their phones, but what it is the best marketing spend that these guys are doing.
Yeah.
And any one of us can do it. Even us today, we are filming everything mostly on cameras, on phone cameras.
Yeah.
We are not. I'm deliberately not using expensive cameras, expensive setup.
Yeah, there is this saying that the camera you have today is better than the camera Hollywood had.
Yeah, 5 years ago. Yeah. So don't make it an excuse that I don't have the right
The quality and everything.
Don't worry about the quality. Just produce quantity. Quality will come later, and that's the same, strategy that we've used. I asked you guys to create 1,000 pieces deliberately because I knew every doubling of production meant efficiency in time and cost and everything.
Yeah, because you get better as you do.
Yeah, I mean, technology, you need to keep repeating it, doing it repetitively to become good at it.
Okay, so we've talked about the theoretical part of it.
Yeah.
I know you want to close this, but
okay,
it is very early for me.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to ask, this is a lot of theory for the people watching who have businesses, but how can they apply it to their business? Let's take an example. Either they have a coffee shop or they are retailers of clothing.
Okay, there is a coffee shop just on the street.
Mm-hmm.
She's an Eritrean or Ethiopian lady who owns that place, she's struggling, with the business. I told her that she needs to engage with the audience. She needs to create an illusion of a queue or an illusion of being busy, whenever there is scarcity, demand and prices go up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if you force people to queue up, then they are willing to pay more to skip the queue. Yeah, in the clubs they do it. In the nightclubs, you have VIP entrances and all that. And the same thing could be repeated in a coffee shop.
Yeah.
There could be a camera feed like the Chinese lady is doing for barista.
Yeah.
Being filmed. And she doesn't need nothing more than just a tripod. So show us a simple tripod. Eunice, show me a tripod. Show me another simple tripod.
Can we show them an
No,
image?
it's okay. It's this thing.
Yeah. One of
it's one of these things. A simple tripod. That could be placed, and she would do it religiously at a certain time, and that would make people from far and wide who never come to that area start engaging with her.
Yeah, that is a very good stuff. So I also want you to review a business that has been doing very good on the internet, getting a lot of traction in its clients, and you tell me what they are doing wrong and what they have done right. So these are called Burger Bros Kigali.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you've seen a couple of their videos.
Mm-hmm.
Try to use a couple.
So they're making their workers be accident prone. Yeah, it's a way of, it's a hook.
Yeah, it is a
Yeah, that is, and this also with driving fence. Look at the amount of boxes this guy has consumed.
the boots. They are
Yeah, people know that there will be something dangerous.
Burger Bros umugatira
So
iminyama
whenever,
byabiri muri Kigali ibiteko na muzungu
the
papa
humans
cyangwe
can't
ibihumbi
stop
bitanu
scrolling,
n'ifiriti n'ikecho
when
murakaza neza bro.
they sense they are very good cooks. I think they're using a very good strategy, and this strategy must
Burger
be
Bros
bringing them
umugatira
more
iminyama
business.
byabiri muri Kigali ibiteko na
Compared
muzungu
to
papa
other,
cyangwe ibihumbi bitanu
burger
n'ifiriti
chains
n'ikecho
of-
Yeah.
murakaza
that,
neza bro.
that are not doing so this has already come. I was thinking it hasn't come, but it's already here.
Hello everybody, this is Burger Bros and I'm here to represent you a fish burger on 6,000. You got a very beautiful burger like this with the chips. And if you come with your friends, we got you
Reels are
a
good,
Burger Bros combo.
but I think-
Come and enjoy.
Hello.
Hello everybody, this is Burger Bros and I'm here to represent you a fish burger on 6,000. You got a very beautiful burger like this with the chips. And if you come with your friends, we got you a Burger Bros combo. Come and enjoy. Hello everybody, this is Burger Bros and I'm here to represent you a fish burger.
The more profit and more efficient. Deliberate McDonald's, including the drinks. And if they want to introduce a 21st, 22nd, second one, they need to eliminate one. Yeah. It's like that, the shoe salesman who says two but not three.
Yeah.
If a lady would ask him for a shoe, she would ask for another one. Then she would ask for the third one. He would say, from this two, which one do you want me to put it back to give the third one? Yeah. Similarly, this guy in India, he's originally from Canada or somewhere. He's from a pizza shop, and his pizza menu only has 5 items and 2 drinks, nothing else. And people are coming from far and wide to eat these 5 varieties of pizza. Wow. It is always busy. And another thing he has done is that he has kept the kitchen in the center, and it's nice. People take photos, they take videos. There are chefs making the dough, stretching the dough, making the pizza, and user-generated content. They are starting to market themselves. They are not only doing that. Whenever they are cutting the pizza, they are showing that how soft it is. Because the biggest problem with pizza, and especially the thin-based one, is that once it is cooked, it becomes hard. This guy, I got a chance to speak to the owner, and the owner says that he cures his dough for 78 hours instead of most pizza shops doing it for 24 hours. That way he can add more water into the dough that keeps it soft, even after it is being cooked. So there, a lot of people are doing a lot of
innovative things, but they have a plan, they have a strategy, and they follow it through religiously. Yeah, he did not shy away from people complaining about why do you only have 5 choices.
Yeah.
He does not shy away from saying that you can have water for free.
He provides water for free.
Yeah, you've come to enjoy my pizza, not to pay for water.
There is a specific things. People are always mind. It's always fixed on what can I get for free. So if he provides that, they think it's a good deal. When though you're providing such a cheap thing,
Yeah.
compared.
But because wherever they go, anywhere else, they'll be charged for a bottle of water, and he's giving it for free. Yeah, and it's like in the Five Guys, they do this thing. They give you a portion of chips, and then they give you another half portion for free. It's to buy loyalty, buy repeat business.
Yes. There is a guy who wrote a book called The Selling Period. In the selling period, he describes in his law 47, saying that human mind is always attracted from what can I get next. He gave an example, saying, if you're selling a pair of shoes, you're selling loaf and Chelsea boots. If you're selling Chelsea boots and loaves, and you say that if I combine them, they'll be $700. But if you take one, it will be $500. So people in their mind they think
I'm getting value for money.
I'm getting value for money.
Yeah.
So it makes your business continue selling, and it makes you personally to continue doing what, having your profits in.
Yeah, it's in the coaching industry they call it stacking.
Yeah.
They say you can have membership for life, you can have this, you can have that, you can have my book, you can have that. All that is 11,000, but I'll give it to you today for 1,000.
So it makes them feel like if I buy many, I'll be getting profits from it.
Yeah.
But it makes you also a business people.
Are we done?
Yeah. Thank you for joining in.
And
It's been
the content that we are creating is for business owners and content creators who want to monetize their content. So tune in on Tuesday again. Monday we are off, but try and go into the waiting list for the second Saturday every month. Thank you for joining. Benny, welcome, and I'm glad that you are here and you are brave enough to join us today.
Yeah, perfect. Welcome again to another session of live business coaching. Today it's about it is mostly for business owners who are using social media and creating content and posting it on the social media platforms. 99% of content that is posted never sees the day of light. It doesn't get any engagement, it doesn't get any likes, it doesn't get any views. And 99% of content creators, business owners are failing to do the steps after the posting. There are 3 steps to do after the posting. Today I'm joined here with Alan. He's a visibility engineer. He helps businesses create social media content. He's also creating content for us. He's doing our written posts as well as some videos, footage, and advertisements. Alan, you've suffered from this problem yourself. Can you describe to the audience, okay, this content or this live session is for people who are content creators or business owners who are using social media to market themselves, their products or their services. So, if you're not part of that group, then you can scroll off. Now, describe. You've been in the visibility sector. You've been building websites. You've been doing SEO. You've been doing social media postings. What has been your problem, and how have I helped you overcome it?
Okay, audiences, good morning. Hope you're doing good. My name is Alan. As Harish Dabasia says, I've been just in the visibility engineer, as you came the title about that, and I'm just helping the business owners to get visible who are invisible to the online. Then we help them. So we've been come up some ideas, and just even we start on something was Harish Dabasia saying. So just to be posting is a lot of things. So you need to post, and I just see them about my posts, my videos not getting engaging.
Yeah, so we just worked on his personal content for his personal account as well as for his business account, where he had been, I think he's been posting it for over a year, and some of the recent posts they were not getting any views.
Yeah,
so what did we do yesterday night to help you start getting views?
Okay, as the viewers, audience who see the title, where I talk about 99 of people skip this after posting. So we always need to posting. That's the first things we do as content creators, business, but we don't need to know the next. What the algorithm we need to, what the other things we need to do so that our the thing we post to go viral, to just reach to the people we want to gain.
Yeah, to go viral or to reach the target audience that it is designed for. So we are creating business content. Shorts can go viral and can have a lot of views, but we don't get any sales from it. It is the long form content that people consume, and that gives us leads that turn into clients. So, but anyone who is using social media, we all create posts, and it takes a lot of effort, a lot of time, and a lot of commitment. And a lot of content creators, after 90 days of consistently doing this, they plateau out or they don't improve, and they give up the whole experiment.
Yeah.
If you have made the effort of creating the content and you want more views, you want more likes, more engagement, then there are 3 more steps you have to do after posting. Posting is the first step. Yeah. We are no longer in the social media sphere. It is now content or attention media. So all your content is not only shown to your subscribers; it is shown out to anyone who is consuming that kind of content. So if you're searching for business content, so business content will pop up from people that you have never subscribed to. And that's why it is now, it's no longer social media content, it's about attention media content. And so if you are targeting business owners or you're targeting, content creators, let's say you're a YouTuber and you want to, you do tips on YouTube, then just posting is the first half. You've made a lot of effort to create the content, the video, whatever you've done, post or whatever. Then for the algorithm to start, it will just do a test, blitz, and it will do it to a very small circle. And then, if they consume it and they like it or they engage with it, then they will start finding new audiences for it.
Yeah.
That's how it works. And so posting is the first thing. Then if your content is good, then it will be pushed out. You don't need to do nothing. But, most of us have to do this step 2 and 3. And what are those steps 2 and 3 that we did for you?
Okay. After the first step, you give me advice. Let me just commenting something. So you just audiences, you post, but you just as Harish told me, you need to just make a comment that sparkle the conversation you are talking about. That.
Yeah, and the comments should not feel like it is done by a robot, AI robot. It says good, excellent, brilliant, and a heart and a thumbs up. No, that's that's not that's not going to engage with anything.
Yeah, that was the mistake I used to do. Thank you, great, you are brilliant, wise. Emojis, nothing that.
No, and it's not going to change the dynamics. It's not going to push your content out. You have to. It has to be. Okay. The consumer needs to then respond. Okay. I found your video entertaining. I found your video. Educational. I found your video inspiring. It's that kind of comments, and then. Once you get a comment, you have to reply to it, and it has to happen within the 24 hours. So, as soon as you post it, if you're a popular content creator, then you need to dedicate another 1 hour or 2 hours to just engage with the community. People are questioning you, they are commenting you, they are giving you approval. Then you have to acknowledge it, and that helps the algorithm to push your content far wider than your limited subscriber pool. Right? So, and today you don't need to have any subscribers. You could have no subscribers and still get a video go viral.
That's what we need to go to the step 2. As you say, we need to first leave the first comment. You do it for yourself. No other gonna do that. And the other thing, it's about reply to the comment and like it.
Yeah. So certain things you can do yourself, and the other thing is once you get engagement from the from your audience, then you need to start engaging with them. And sometimes you have to ask a follow-up question. So if somebody says, "Oh, I liked your content very well," then you have to then say, "What exactly did you like about it?"
Fair enough.
Yeah.
And then let me just give the audience testimonies. I just posted the video with 0 views, and then Harish Dabasia, he just showed me that Aaron just commenting this. The video I was making, and then I just give the good spark conversation, and I like the comment I made, and I go back to my account. I reply to the comment because I was using his account, and after reply to the comment and I like it, in 2 seconds I got 4 views. Was laughing.
And this video has been sitting on your account for months.
For
4 months.
Yeah. Then I told the algorithm just shows that even the YouTube, you see that what you post, they are engaging.
Yeah, and this was this content had gone cold. It had gone in the deep freeze, and we woke it up again.
Yeah. Which shows me that even if I'm not engaging my content I posted, even the YouTube, even the TikTok, even the platform, we're gonna not push wider to the people who need it.
No.
And the other things I was mistaken about, it's about the title. We always consider about title. Okay, let me just put the title for the business, this like this. I was just discovering no need, just even simple as well.
We found out that titles that that doesn't require people to think are the ones that do best. The titles need, there is a video that has had over 30,000 views in just 4 days, and it had only one word title, just one word. and we go about writing titles that are that fills the whole 100 characters. It's not required.
So people like
and today you don't even need to do the tagging, the hashtags. Nobody, the algorithm does not consider it.
I give the testimonies about that video I was posting, but only 2 seconds like to comment and like what I'm commenting and what
there was another video that had about 12 views, and as soon as we started engaging with it,
the evidence is how is it? Yeah. Let me just come to my video and I see now, so go how many my content and just to my video. So at the evening we left it at 4 something, and then we're gonna just see how is it now. Because you don't need even to post only that. If you post it on that and you let it freeze, even the YouTube, even the TikTok, they just help you to freeze it.
yeah. Okay, there is with AI, content creation has become so cheap and
right now
so abundant.
Yeah.
That any if you are not a very popular content creator, there is no chance of you being discovered. There is no chance of your content being pushed.
Yeah. Right now, there is a video I was having 0 views. Currently now on my video, I don't have the 0 views. You can find it.
How many views do you have?
So right now I have 70 views. I was having 0.
Yeah.
Just on my TikTok, like 1 month.
Yeah. And there is another one.
Another one, Girl 4. I was having 0. And the other people.
This one has 72 views. It had only 12 views yesterday.
Yeah. So see, the algorithm is working right now. So if you post it, make sure that you comment. As we said, that the first step you need to go in first.
Yeah, and also engage with the people that are commenting. So it's not only comment, and it's also reply.
Yeah.
Make sure. So I know this is you've taken a lot. Okay, so yeah, it's come back. So it's not a lot of effort goes into creating content.
But I don't know the algorithm.
Yeah, if I know it is exhausting, but you need to do these few steps. One is start commenting, start engaging with the audience, start liking the comments and replying to the posts. So these are the few things that you need to do once you've posted your content. So you've done a lot of effort in doing the thumbnails, you've done the descriptions, you've done the titles, you've done many things. But if nobody sees it, you're going to be disheartened.
Yeah.
You're going to give up even before you start. And it is not it's not that social media does not work. You don't know how to use it.
You don't know the algorithm.
Yeah, you don't know how to use it. You don't know how to excite the algorithm.
Maybe you have a lot of for the audience, your people around you. You don't need, you just take the phone and comment and like that.
Yeah.
Which is will push you there.
Yeah.
If you just do it and you see like 3 comments, 5 comments.
Yeah.
So even the YouTube they start promoting you.
Yeah, and what happens is that they do a test run for around 100 people, and nobody sees it, nobody opens it, nobody engages with it, then it puts it in the freezer. Then when even like now you did
But a few months later, we started engaging with it.
Yeah.
It came out of the freezer and then started
It started
distributing.
growing.
It starts distributing it.
People they start enjoying and
Yeah. So, but again, so this nothing in life is easy. You don't expect social media marketing to be easy. And if you don't have the time, you don't have the inclination, then use experts like Alan, me, to help you do it. Because you're too busy with your own business. You don't have the time to do these things. Then hire somebody to do it for you.
There is a mistake people they always will say that I can do it myself. You know that this algorithm it takes a lot of time.
I see this a lot in Africa. African businessmen and women, they think, oh, I can do it all. So, Mr. Superman, Superwoman.
I know how to do it.
Why should I pay somebody else? That's short-sightedness. That's stupidity. You can't be a master of all jack. You'll be good at none. If the jack is, master of all trades, he's good at none.
You can do it in 3 days, 7 days, but you can't do it
continuously. You need it needs to be done consistently. We've been doing this for now 4.5 months, 5 months now. We've started doing lives every single day apart from Monday when we are not here. And that's deliberate. It's designed.
And even we are still discovering the best algorithm that can work out.
Yeah, and it keeps changing.
As
the platforms keep changing it.
As the platform keep just growing out, we need even us to know the algorithm, the model that work for us, so to push our content.
And so somebody who does it day in, day out, not only for himself, but for his business and for his client's business, will know the inside roads. He'll know how to overcome the traffic jams. You need somebody like that does this on a daily basis to understand what he's doing.
Always having the target goal. So if this week it doesn't work out, so what's the algorithm I use? So I can change the algorithm and they start just helping them. Because you are a business owner, why you just do content? You need the people to see that your product, digital product.
Yeah, it's whatever it is that you're selling, it's a product or a service. If you want to reach out to audiences beyond your circle, then social media is the way to do it. Social media marketing. Anyone who does resist and says, "I'm not going to get into this race," is going to be left behind. Anyone who fears AI does not use AI. Alan, you use AI to do my posters. You just give it brief description and it will do all the design, it will do all the thumbnails. Everything is being done now by AI.
Which is the people, they don't know the tricks and tactics. So
and they are a business owner. They don't have the time. They don't have the, and they don't need to know that. Why should they, move away from their day job, which is selling products or selling services? That's what they should do. That's what they should focus on. Let experts like me and you do the things that they are not good at. Do not expect to be good at everything, or you'll be rubbish at everything.
Okay, then I'll go to the 3 steps. Just we are talking about how each and person should engage in with the content of their own content, as you have already mentioned it. So just
okay. So the first part is posting. The second part is that you start commenting, and then start liking and replying, and again, liking and replying. Stop using this good, brilliant, excellent. This evaluative words. You have to the comments need to be in a way that the algorithm thinks that it has to be a question or it has to be a statement. Okay, I looked at your video. There is this thing that I don't understand. You talked about, the 3 steps. What are the 3 steps? Can you clarify it for me? And then you have to reply, okay, the 3 steps is 1, post, 2nd, comment, 3rd,
maybe
engage.
If you need to just comment, maybe people can say that can you just explain to the second point, maybe
Something like that. It has to be something that is engaging. It is useful. It can't be just good, brilliant, superb, fantastic.
I used to do that. I used to do that, but I just already running. Yeah.
And you're seeing the results of it.
Yeah.
And these results are instantaneous, more or less. You don't have to wait, for months for it to go viral, for it to start being pushed out to a larger community. Yeah. So again, a reminder to the viewers that we've been creating content, and we've analyzed that 99% of the over 90% of the viewers are not subscribed. So subscription is free for you. If you have done it, well and done. Thank you. If you have not done it, please hit the bell icon and the subscribe icon, and so that we can keep making this content. And it may be a simple act for you, but it helps us and our algorithms to.
Then share to your audiences who don't have a lot of skill about it.
Yeah, and so business owners who are using technology, they're using social media, they're using AI, will make the business owners who are not using, eat their dust. So in Africa, you have very little dirt road, and when a lorry is going at speed, you 200-300 meters behind, your pickup is going to be covered in dust.
Yeah.
So just imagine if you are 50 meters behind it.
Yeah.
So if you are a business owner, you want to grow your business, you want to sell more products or services, then start using social media.
And we need your comment here. We're gonna help you.
Yes, and thank you all for joining in today, and and you're welcome to join tomorrow. So we are doing this every day at midday, GMT +2. So one day it's business coaching, another day is something which is mentoring, it's something else. But we are doing lives every day at noon GMT +2.
If you like it, make it comment, and if you need to grow your business, we are ready to help you.
Thank you for joining us. Welcome.
Sampo, welcome to Africa Talks Business, and you've been working on a problem of providing solutions for the whole of Africa continent.
Yes, this is it.
Africa is a huge continent. It's the second biggest continent after Asia, and in terms of population terms, the population is very similar to 1.4 of India, 1.4 of China, and maybe 1.5, 1.6 million of the total African continent.
Yep.
It is a huge population. The problem is it's divided.
Yep.
It is divided in countries, it is divided in languages, it is divided in traditions, it is divided in many ways. If 1.6 billion people is a huge market. Africa does more trade with outside Africa than it does inside.
I fully agree.
You're working on a solution. What is it?
Actually, we are working on a solution, and we can call ourselves specialists in helping people make their products and solutions cross borders. Because you fully and you rightfully said that Africa seems to be divided, and there seems to be different groups of Africans. And many Africans.
There is the French-speaking Africans, there is the English-speaking Africans, and there is the Swahili and the Portuguese. Because it has a number of
colonial connections, and that is the reason why there are different. Half of Africa is French, half is English, the rest is small minorities.
Yes, these are parts of barriers. They are not only language barriers, they are cultural barriers, and Africa is very special. In one single country, you can find like 60 cultures. So imagine in one single block like East Africa, you can find like 300 cultures. So, and these are also barriers, and people find themselves obliged to stay in these barriers, and they find these barriers difficult to go over. And yes, this is why we are here with a solution to help them cross these different borders, borders making them not make enough sale, borders making them not have enough audience, borders making them stay relatively less rich than their desire.
Yeah, India and China also have India has 50 written languages.
Okay, wow.
50 written languages.
Okay.
These are established thousands of years ago.
Okay.
Unlike the African languages. China had the similar situation, but they've managed to unite the different cultures, the different traditions, the different languages, and created a single market. And that's why they are progressing. Whereas, Africa, there is no single market. As I told you, the facts are that Africa is trading more with the outsiders than it is trading within. There are a number of organizations that are working to divide that or bring that, but they're all toothless.
Yep.
They are just, just superficial, pleasantries.
Yep.
It's not going to solve anything. I think, apart from just governments, also enterprises need to provide solutions. You are an enterprise, and you're coming up with a solution in helping people market themselves, cross language
and cultural barriers. We talk about language barriers, but people are used to the language barriers. But the very problem is that they are not only language barriers; they are cultural barriers. And what is better and the good advice is to let the cultures talk to each other, and let languages talk to each other. And people sometimes think, well, it is not possible, we can't make it. Just give it a try and you will see that it is possible. The same way you said China and India were able to let the cultures talk to each other. In Africa also there is a possibility, letting cultures talk to each other, but it takes the expertise of specialists in the domain for it to be done. It is not just desiring it to be and making it. It takes coming to specialists, coming to people who have the expertise, and they are Africans. They are not from the different continents. Africa for Africa, solutions by Africa, from Africans for Africans.
Yeah, I lived in Nairobi in the 80s and the 90s. And the East African community coming together, the African community coming together, this has been an ongoing thing. I don't see any progress. I still see, I've come back 35 years later, and I'm still seeing, these divisions. Nothing has changed. But you can see some successful cases like Safaricom, Dante, and MTN, that have crossed borders and they've become, unicorns. But generally business, in Africa, there are more failures, business failures in Africa than there are successes. Why?
The reason is the daily work, what is being done daily. From this day one when the solution and the decision was taken by the heads of state to unite. This is a very pure and very golden decision, but after it, what has been done? So it takes somebody to work on a single day, or to work regularly, or to work consistently, and to have discipline to reach an objective. And so far, this is where I see that the work has not been done. So in my opinion, this Dangote, this unicorn, have proven that it is possible, it is doable. Yes, let's believe in it. But after believing, a work has to be done. And who has to do the work? Is he doing the work? Is he doing it consistently? Is he doing it with a discipline? I
Okay.
think this is where we have to dig
I think
to understand
this,
it better.
Safaricom and MTN and Airtel,
Yes.
they managed to unite many countries. They are operating in a number of countries, maybe 15, 20 or more countries. They are able to do it because they are a private enterprise.
Okay.
Because private enterprises are financially driven. They need, MTN has around 200 million subscribers. It has been able to do it because it's a private enterprise.
Yes.
It is a business, and it does not care where the subscribers come from. It doesn't care whether it comes from Nigeria, it comes from East Africa, it comes from West Africa, it comes from Central Africa, or South Africa.
Yep.
And that's what entrepreneurs need to do, because entrepreneurs technology has no barriers. We are using Facebook, Google. It's an American company.
Yep.
We are still using it here.
Yes.
The world is using it. Where is the barrier for Facebook, for TikTok, for Google, for Microsoft? They don't have barriers.
They don't.
Why is this mindset, not adapted in Africa?
I can say it is adapted, but it is not adopted by the majority of the Africans. And as you rightfully said, MTN, the other people gave it a try, and they are making it because they believed in it first. How many believe in it? In a single country, what's the percentage of people who think Africa? They think country, they think language, they think small groups of consumers, but who thinks Africa? And as I said, and as I usually tell to people, the Chinese, when they are coming to Africa, they are coming for the 1.5 billion Africans. The Japanese, when they are coming to Africa, they are coming for the 1.5 billion Africans. Take an item like BIC. BIC is everywhere. BIC, the trademark BIC is everywhere until it has become like the name of the product. Meanwhile, it's the name of a trademark. But where is it? Everywhere in Africa you would find BIC. Why is it that entrepreneurs have not started thinking Africa, have not started taking or hitting or targeting this huge resource?
I agree.
believe in it.
I agree. There are barriers. There, a lot of Indian and Chinese businessmen are also coming and operating in Africa.
Yep.
And we've have to manage to dodge the different regimes, the different systems, the different border barriers. MTN, Digonte, and Safaricom, they're more or less African unicorns.
Yes.
Let's take an example of the Chinese, the BYD. BYD is in all of Africa.
Yep.
If you look at Bajaj, the Indian, Bajaj or some, Indian TRS, the bike, the two-wheeler, they are everywhere in Africa.
Yep.
And foreigners are coming and taking
Yes.
their places
Yep.
in Africa. Why not the Africans?
Good. And that is why, and when you say they are coming and taking their places, well, there is a place for everybody. And that's how we should target. But I even think that this is a place that Africans have not taken, that is being taken by these giants. Because normally Africa is for Africa first, and Africans should work for Africa first. And these are like vacuums that these people are coming to really occupy. Has it been occupied before?
Because,
Who did it before?
Okay, in the private enterprise sector, when governments don't, are not involved, then the private sector is much more robust. And I would take an example of BYD or Bajaj or a TRS. They are all private enterprises, and private enterprises, they don't care about the borders.
Yes.
They'll find a way to come and sell their products, their services, whatnot. Okay, let's get back to you and I have had a number of talks.
Yes.
Privately, not in front of the camera. Of the things that I've discussed with you, mention two things that you've picked up and are using.
Well, I can say that I've picked up things that came to strengthen some of the beliefs that I had before, saying that one has to stand out first. One businessman has to stand out. If you keep on doing what everybody has been doing, you won't make it. So it takes you to
How are you standing out?
And I am barrier-free. That is my business. Is standing out in first not being one service provider. We are providing 10 services. Part of them are localization, transcreation, voice-over, equipment setting, equipment rental, and many others.
Okay, so your background is in translation.
My background is an interpreter as a trainer. I was trained as an interpreter initially, and later I was trained as a transcreator, a localizer, and a voice-over specialist. And in another life, I used to be a reporter in a TV station.
A journalist
in a TV station.
Okay.
Well, so editing, video editing, voice has always been my business. And that is why first I stood out, providing many things instead of providing one thing. I stood out proposing people three language, a tri-language services.
So what are the three languages?
Portuguese, English, and French. And in somebody who is able to really turn his content, communication content, turn his packages into the three languages, he's very sure that he can hit the 1.5 billion. And Swahili is another giant language that is well spoken in Africa. And Swahili is also part of things we cater for. Then, this is also another way of standing out. So there are many, and this is just to mention but a few.
Okay, so one thing you mentioned is that you picked up from me that you need to differentiate yourself. You need to stand out.
Yes.
As an entrepreneur, as a service.
Yes.
The second?
The second thing is that you have to label yourself. You have to label yourself. If you keep on saying, I am a translator, there are too many translators in this world. Trained and untrained translators. If you say you are an interpreter, interpreting, there are many interpreters, trained and non-trained, gray marketeers and white marketeers, many colors, all the colors of interpreters. And we are no interpreters, we are no translators. We are people who help businesses make their products cross borders.
Okay, so anyone who wants to do a campaign that targets all these different languages, you can help them.
It means anybody who really believes in or is bold enough and is ambitious enough and want to really impact the 1.5 billion Africans, we are the right door to knock. And anybody
how long have you been in Rwanda?
I've been in Rwanda for less than 1 month.
Okay, was this planned or was this
highly planned, well designed, many years?
You had been here before?
Before, no.
You came here, how did you find out that Rwanda is the place that you should operate from?
And that is what makes me different from the other entrepreneurs, and that is what made let people know that, well, this is somebody you can trust in, because for me there is no border. I call Rwanda Africa. And in my case, in my opinion, I've been in many African countries, many regions.
But your origin is French, Central Africa or something?
I was born in a French-speaking country. I was trained in an English-speaking country, and I was secondly trained in a Portuguese-speaking country.
Okay, so you've...
And in different continents. Okay. I did Brussels, I did Lisbon, I did Rio de Janeiro, I did Africa, well, everywhere.
Okay. Africa needs to stand up. Africa needs, there is a reason, if you look at the human productivity index, India, China and Africa used to be more or less the same level.
Yes.
In the 90s. China kicked off and then, India followed suit.
Yes.
And in the human productivity index, the three of them were around 2.5–3% human productivity level.
Okay.
China is now at around 8, 9. India is around 6, 7. And Africa still remains at
Yes.
2, 3%. The highest productivity index countries are like Japan and South Korea. They have the highest productivity index.
Yes.
There are many measures on how to, but one of the reasons why they say that productivity in Africa is low is one is corruption, the other is poor governance, third is lack of electricity, internet, education, and all these other things. There are many many reasons for it. If China could do it as a mass population of 1.4 billion or so, if India can do it, I think there is no reason, or there should be no reasons why Africa cannot do it.
Yes, I fully believe.
Because Africa is as I said, the reason why we are comparing these three is because in population terms we are more or less the same.
Yes.
We are large masses of population. India and China are smaller territories compared to Africa, but population mass is the same.
Yes.
And I'm, coming back 35 years later, I chose Rwanda because of its good governance, because of availability of electricity, availability of internet, of ease of mobility, ease of doing business. Those are the reasons why, even though I have family in Nairobi, I prefer to operate from Rwanda
Yes.
because of these factors. What was your motivation to come to Rwanda?
My motivation to come to Rwanda is the discipline and the hard working. Because, well, you take somebody from Rwanda, I usually talk about these drivers, these motor drivers.
The border drivers.
You would see them 24 hours. You would see them in your neighborhood any hour of the day, ready to provide you with their services. And this is hard working. And, well, part of everything you've mentioned being the reasons why Africa as index is really not high. For me, I would quote number one, hardworking and discipline. This is what has been lacking. And Rwanda is standing out in this domain. Rwanda is hard worker. Rwanda has discipline. Discipline, if you enter Kigali, you would see discipline and you would feel discipline. And this is one of the reasons why.
What are the visible indicators of that, what you're talking about, discipline?
The visible indicator is first how people behave in traffic. You would.
So everybody in a border is the passenger and the driver has a helmet.
They have helmets. They respect traffic lights. They respect the speed limitation. They really respect the clients. You would feel no noise. You would rarely hear people shouting each other. But it only takes somebody to really live in other cities and understand that Rwanda is a very disciplined country. And Kigali is a highly disciplined city. And so for me, discipline, hardworking is what would make any business different, what would make the difference between any entrepreneur and the other. And it is one of the criteria of success for any business.
Okay, I chose it because of this mobility, and I was impressed with the roads, the infrastructure, and the cleanliness of this, and no crime, no corruption. These things, it's easy to talk about these things, but it is very hard to implement.
Yes.
And that's where most, well-intentioned leaders are failing. Whereas Paul Kagame has insisted on it, and his governance systems are robust enough to put a check on it.
Yes.
And what do you think about this, Visit Rwanda campaign? Have you see these banners everywhere, and they're advertising Visit Rwanda campaigns in football matches in Europe, in basketball matches in America, and whatnot. What is your opinion on the campaign?
This is one of the rare things upon which I would say I don't have a tested experience to talk about, because I'm a newcomer. I haven't used the service, so I can't know enough of the details to talk about. So I prefer saying, and in terms of knowledge, you have to respect people who know. And
Yeah,
if you don't know, you should say you don't know. So for the time
True,
being,
true,
I would wait till the day I would use the service instead of saying, to start saying, yes, this is good, it is well designed. But for me, even the design, the boldness to really make of it as the government initiative is to be appreciated and to be applauded. Then, in my opinion, it is first good for the courage, congratulations for the courage, and now it is work to be improved progressively. So I would say
yeah, I
this.
think the way they have designed the city, the way they have designed the roads, the the electricity grid and the communication networks, they are also going to design the tourism industry.
Okay.
The tourism industry. 5 minutes. Dope.
Yes.
Time.
Time. You said 40 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Still 2020.
Okay. So yeah, I think I had a phone call from a friend in London. He says that I was watching Manchester United play, and when they scored, all the billboards flashed with visit Rwanda, visit Rwanda.
Yes.
And because he knew I was here, he made a phone call straight away. So the campaign is working.
Yep.
It is making people aware of the campaign. It is making people aware, and it is making people search where Rwanda is. We Indians don't have any historical affiliation with Rwanda. Because in East Africa, in Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, we had the colonial link because of the British colony. We came as workers and engineers and whatnot, and then we stayed as shopkeepers, and we've had several generations living in Nairobi or in Kampala or in Dar es Salaam.
Yep.
That is not the case in Kigali. Maybe we have the first generation, maybe a few second generations, but if you go to the rest of East Africa, you're talking about multi generations. And okay, there is another question I need to ask you as a African businessman. The Chinese and Indians also come and do business here, and they hardly fail.
Okay.
They come and set up their businesses. They come and do what they need to do. The statistics of the African failure rate is dire. They say they are, 90% plus, don't see their first birthday. Startups. We celebrate startups, but don't ensure their survival. What's your experience on the living in different African nations? Why do you think there is a high failure rate for African businesses?
Well, first let me say that Indians, when they also were at the first experience of business or in business, maybe they had the same level of failure in their countries. And these Indian companies coming here are not coming here to give it a try. It means that these are like the second offices or third offices in a third continent. So this is a proven experience. So for me, I would say that it is normal. Dying is normal, trying is normal, failing is normal, errors are normal. But one has to learn of its failures, and one has to take lessons from everything. And to come back to your question, let me say that the very reason is the lack of experience, because
Okay.
Yeah. That's called the magic of Norscan.
Uh-huh. DJ, take it from here. What are we talking about? And
thank you so much. My name is Chandra J. Mranyawaisi, and I'm going to host this podcast today. And today's topic, we are going to talk about why most of the African businesses die at their struggling stages, where 70% can last 6 months, and 90% of the businesses can see their first birthday.
yeah, the statistics are very dire. The failure rates or the infant mortality rate of African businesses is unsustainable. 70% plus in the first 6 months, and 90% plus don't see their first birthday. For a poor continent like Africa, this Silicon Valley failure rates are not sustainable. They need to be corrected. They need to be, better systems. We celebrate the launches of, startups, but don't care about the survival rate. And that should change. Business survival also is important, because every failure is costing the society a lot of resources, a lot of headaches, a lot of misery, and so you've been involved with a number of youth organization, youth entrepreneurship, or youth activities.
Yes.
What good examples of youth entrepreneurship schemes do you have in Rwanda?
Okay, thank you for the podium. My name is Mumza Benon, and I'm one of the students leaders in the UNLAC in the law department. I'm working right now with an international business company called Bed Power Company from Izon Company, which was also international.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely, about your question, most people are facing this problem because they think that after education, they will go further and they start up with their businesses, not knowing that even the earliest people or the richest people, the richest entrepreneurs in the world, they never took this initiative first of completing the schoolings. Most of them
are dropouts. Steve Jobs, Mark Zuckerberg, most of them are dropouts. Even Elon Musk didn't finish his course. So and it is not okay to be an entrepreneur. You don't need no degree. You don't need no qualification. You don't need no certificate. The education system is designed to produce servants, not entrepreneurs. There is not a single school in the world that teaches entrepreneurship, that is designed to empower entrepreneurs. All the schools are designed in 200, 300 years ago, when the peasants, the farm workers started working into factories because of the Industrial Revolution. They needed mechanics, they needed operators, they needed this, and so that's why how education system came about. That same system we are using 300 years later.
Yes.
Nothing has changed.
Exactly.
Which shouldn't be the case. Today we have access to more information, we have access to more education, we have access to more resources, better technologies, and AI is going to revolutionize the way we all work. In my example here, we used to do video editing manually. Now we use AI. What we could do, with two people in 2 days, this thing is doing it in 5 minutes. Okay.
Yes.
Opus Clip is clipping my long form videos into reels, into highlights, without any human assistance. Not only is it doing that, it's giving me the hooks, it's giving me the tags, it's giving me the descriptions, it's giving me the captions, all in one. So, but again, every technological revolution has created more jobs than it has destroyed. AI also is going to create more opportunities than it will destroy. Yes, it will destroy a few mundane, repetitive jobs, but it will be such a powerful tool in people who are willing to wield it. The African population could leapfrog, would use this as an opportunity to, leapfrog. They don't need to go through the same steps that the English or the Chinese did. What the English did in 300 years and what the Chinese did in 50 years. Because they were doing it 200 years later, they could shrink it down. They could be more efficient. Africa, if it puts its minds together, they could capitalize on this AI opportunity. They could leapfrog. There was a time when in India, landlines were so expensive and telephone was so expensive. And when the mobile revolution came, everybody has a mobile. There is no need for landlines. There is no need for these cling, cling, cling phones. Everybody switched from having to go to a public booth, to a shop where they had several public booths where you could make phone calls and receive phone calls. Now everybody has it in their hand. They didn't even bother laying the landlines. They just went straight mobile and satellite.
In addition on what I was talking about, you talked about the introduction of the AI and how they can be doing it or using it so efficiently. However, we have found a problem with the youth, most especially this what we call the Gen Z, the coming generation. They're using the AI instead of using it in a proper way of benefiting.
They're using it instead of being used constructively. They're using it for destruction. Destructively.
Yes, destruction.
Okay.
Just for entertainment.
For entertainment. You find that instead of going further for the media, he learns something which is so essential. He meets up with most people, like the way we met, which was a media chat that we had to meet. He finds out that for him to meet people who are essential like you, he can meet up with other things, like he goes for girls, he goes for beaching.
Obviously, okay, these are teenage youths, they will have the hormones running and they will do those things. But again, apart from doing all those things, if they are using, the way they are using effectively towards, pursuing for girlfriends or pursuing for sex or pursuing for other things, entertainment, the same technology that, is a far superior technology. So they could use it also towards entrepreneurship, towards their studies. I find it easier to now ask Gemini or ChatGPT to search for somebody rather than me asking Google, because it is more precise. It has the sources where it is speaking this information, and there is no distraction. Like in Google, there is ads going on the left. There is banners up and down and what. None of that in my ChatGPT or Gemini search. I prefer to do all my work and my search using AI compared to just typing something on Google. It's far more efficient, and yes, the youth need to be turned around. Okay, boys will behave like boys, girls will behave like girls, but they need to be transitioned from being boys and girls to being adults. It is society's job to
So
do that.
as we are talking about that, also I think so many people, as they're using that AI for making their work very easier and trying to get even all information that they need now. We are in the 20th century where information is available everywhere without hassling to get information.
There is no shortage of information.
Yeah.
The world is, there is abundance of information, and technology costs have come down. It is more or less free, virtually free.
Yeah, so to some entrepreneurs in Africa, some businesses, they think that they need to work hard for their businesses to survive. When did you realize that work, I need to work hard? When did you realize that this is a lie, and how?
Okay, I was a director at my father's construction business in Nairobi, and in '95 I had to shift to UK, and UK working standards and are different, and so the first day my uncle, I went on site and he gave me a breaker, one of these Kangos to break concrete, and being 25 years old, being tall and strong and whatnot, I survived that day, but I was so tired, so exhausted that I couldn't go to sleep. That same night I decided that this laboring is not for me. From being a director to being a laborer, that doesn't suit me. It doesn't work for me. My body is not built for it. The same night I started planning how I'm going to become a boss tomorrow. The next morning I sat down with my uncle and said, "Uncle, how many properties are you building in a year?" And he says, "Harish, we do 1 or 2 properties." I said, "No, uncle, I am now here. I'm going to take responsibility of the people today. We need to do 10. Yeah. You concentrate on buying and selling properties and bringing the material on site that I order. Everything else I'll manage on site." And that's how I became a working foreman the next day. And looking at this hard work notion, yes, we all have to work hard, but it doesn't mean that we have to sweat. You've been to Nairobi, the Mukokoteni guys, or the bicycle, transport guys, the pedal bicycle transport guys. They're sweating left, right, and center. They are really working hard, but they get paid peanuts.
Yeah.
So hard work is not a solution for better pay. Yeah, you may sweat more, you may burn more calories, you may eat more calories, but that's not a solution. The brain is far superior to the human body, human muscles. Human muscles have a limit. The strongest man can only lift maybe, half a ton for a few seconds. But he uses his brain, creates a crane. He can lift 5,000, with just a press of a button. No sweat required, no effort required, no muscles required. Yeah, the brain's capacity is infinite. The human muscles capacity is limited. So working with limited abilities, you're going to get limited results. Working with unlimited abilities, you're going to get unlimited results. So using the brain, more effectively is a far sure way. If I look at the UK, labor industry, a labourer is paid around 10 pounds an hour. A plumber, electrician is paid around 20 pounds an hour. An engineer, architect is paid around 50 pounds an hour. Now, a lawyer is paid 150 pounds an hour. And these are deliberately set by the society. It was not my, it was not my business's policy to pay these people. It was the government norm.
that mandated the minimum wages. Yeah, and I'm not compelled, or it doesn't require, because the competition makes it so that I don't have to pay more than that basic need. But if you want to break those shackles, you want to break those ceilings, then entrepreneurship is the only way. Because in entrepreneurship, there are no limits. You set your own limits.
Yeah. So, Benon, don't you think that is one of the reasons that are limiting youth here in Rwanda to access the potential businesses?
Actually, when you've been talking about easing the work, first of all, I thought about one thing before replying his question. I thought about how do you see if you say that a machine can lift over 100 tons with just a pressing of a button, but a normal person can't even lift that half a ton. How do you? I thought about technology in Africa, which is one of the things that has brought the beyonding of Africa and being behind in everything most times. How do you think if, because right now in education until now in the universities, as you've been saying, it has never changed before. 1,000 days, weeks ago, the same boards, the same teachers, the same teaching, structure. The same structures. How do you think if people start looking forward for what is the change in schooling, teaching students the technology? Rwanda now is doing good in teaming up with technology, lifting people in different strategies of.
It is a breeding ground for adapting new technologies.
Yes.
It was the first one to adapt the zip line, delivery drones. It is now the first country in Africa to approve, robo taxis,
Yes.
flying taxis, and so okay, technology is a big enabler, and yes, it is also a distraction. So people are glued there to their phones. They're TikToking, they're playing games, they're doing things. But again, technology is a huge enabler. It can allow millions of people to be lifted. And there was a time when I used to go on holidays. I used to carry a camcorder for my videos. I used to carry a camera for my pictures. Then I used to have a dictaphone. I used to have this, and now I need only one phone. So it has made it has brought so many technologies in one device. My torch, my calendar, my diary, my bank, my credit card, my computer. Everything is in my palm now.
They were compared together.
Yeah.
All in one.
So, and technology, as it is a big enabler. Now I don't have to carry those camcorders. I don't have to carry that camera. I don't have to carry that dictaphone. I don't have to carry that calendar. I don't have to carry a watch. I don't even have a watch now because the phone has the watch. It has my calendar. It has many things. So it is an enabler, and Africa is in a privilege if it uses this new technology. It trains its workforce in the new technologies faster than any other. One of the reasons why Rwandan economy is doing well is because of not only because of the good governance, but also this attitude to adapt quickly to new technology. It is one of the cheapest broadband or internet fees in the whole of the continent. It has uninterrupted electricity, very little blackouts, very little power fluctuations are happening. It has very beautiful, well-built roads with no potholes. Even London is full of potholes. And London has the worst traffic problem in the whole of Europe because they keep digging the same roads. A gas man comes and digs it. Then 2 weeks later, a waterman comes and digs it. 3 weeks later, a cable man comes and digs it. It's just stupidity. So, good governance paired with superior technology, with superior training and superior Education is going to change. This notion that a school should only be used for 6 hours a day. The same school could be running in shifts. Poor countries like Africa can't afford to have schools for just 7 hours and then they're sitting 21 hours they're sitting empty. Why does that same primary school not do afternoon classes for secondary school? The same buildings, same chairs, same tables, same blackboard. India is doing it. They're thinking of even turning the universities into shifts. So there will be a morning shift, there will be an afternoon shift, and there will be an evening shift. That is maximizing the asset use. It's sweating the asset. Same asset being used 3 times is better than it being used only once.
Actually, in Rwanda now, it has been already initiated. The university handles 3 shifts, which is a morning shift and the evening shift. Then they have a weekend shift.
Okay.
Yes, and that's actually on my university. That's what they always do. We study in the morning. For those people who work in the evening, they come in the morning, they study, they go for working. In the evening, the next shift that was working in the morning, they do come and do what? Study. And there is those people who always get fixed the whole weekend.
And they can use it on the weekends.
Yes.
So that's a good use of for poor nations. That's a good use of same asset. So same buildings, same blackboards, same chairs and tables can be used 3 times in a day rather than being used only once. So in India, President Modi, Prime Minister Modi is trying to say, okay, for a poor nation like India to build bridges across huge valleys dedicated just for trains is unaffordable. So make it for dual purpose. It can carry cars. When a train comes, stop the cars, let the train pass, and then start using it again for the for the motor vehicles. Why create 2 bridges, one just for trains, and the train only comes 2 or 3 times a day? The whole 99% of the time the bridge is underutilized or not utilized. Africa needs to adapt those kind of wisdom where you're sweating your assets. And similar to physical assets, you also have to sweat your human asset. And that I've seen it time and again that a lot of Rwandese are doing many side hustles. They're doing a main business and they have side hustles, and that's human sweating. A lot of audience or viewers will say sweating is using the word sweat is a derogative, but I don't have another better word for it. But assets. Let's say this cup. If only one person is drinking it once a day, that's an underutilization of this cup. If I finished using it, I give it to somebody else. He uses it 2 or 3 times. Somebody else uses it. That's a better use of this cup. Similarly, in cars, with this new mobility revolution of AI, robotaxis, what will happen is that the same vehicle will do more trips without a driver needed. I'll book my taxi on my mobile, it comes, I jump in, it takes me to my destination, I get off, it picks somebody else, So it's, AI will create a future in which fewer cars are doing more trips. They're ferrying more people.
Reducing
jam. At the moment, if you look at every road, even in Kigali, I've been noticing, I use borders, but you look at the 90% plus of 4-wheelers are carrying just one person, the driver. It's a car that is being designed for 5 to 7 people, it weighs 2 tons and only ferrying a 100 kg person. That's underutilization. And again, just imagine the car, everywhere it is going, it is sitting somewhere. It is sitting in his house. It is when he goes to work, it is sitting there. It's only ferrying him maybe in a week. Let's say we have over 1,000 hours. It's maybe ferrying him maybe less than 10 hours. It's being used 10 hours. It's the second most expensive asset after our homes. That is 95% of the time sitting somewhere, doing no work, and depreciating in value.
Yeah, the more
It's rusting.
It's rusting, just there in the parking.
Yeah, it's being parked somewhere, at home or at work or at a supermarket.
Yeah, because most of them, even the world is having more than 4 or 5 cars, and you find that it even takes a full week without using one car.
Yeah. Not only full, you may see that some cars are just sitting. There is one favorite car that everybody uses. The other cars are just sitting. Okay, that for wealthy people that is affordable, but for a poor economy, it's not affordable. You know, I like the Boda statistics. A Boda that weighs 100 kgs is carrying 200 kgs of passengers or goods. That's far more efficient mode of transport. And it is making accessibility and private vehicle accessibility much more readily available. I like that model that Honda has adapted of motorbike taxis. It's a far superior, more efficient way of using a motor vehicle. And even if you look at the registration, 60% of all vehicle registrations are for 2-wheelers. If you put the other, there are the 3-wheelers, the tractors, the machines, the lorries and the 4-wheelers. They all make only 40%. And even not only that, I came across a guy yesterday. He says that the economics, there are educated lawyers, educated. I came up. He drove here. He was driven by a lawyer. A lawyer is driving a Boda in Kigali, and he's making more money than he practicing law. And I came across a graduate, maybe a logistics or procurement graduate or something. He's also using that because the economics works in the favor, and the electric Bodas are far superior than the ICE. They are faster, quieter, and the energy consumption is less than half.
Even the pollution of the environment is less.
People are not going to do it because of pollution reasons. They are going to do it because of money reasons. It is, let's say, an ICE motorcycle, uses 5,000 Rwanda francs in fuel. The electric guy is going to use only 3,000, maybe 2,000. So he's saving, for the same distance, he's saving 2,000-3,000 Rwanda francs. That is going into his pocket. That's better economics. People are switching to electrics not because of green credentials, they're doing it because of money. I used to use Uber a lot in London. And in the early days, most Ubers used to be hybrids, because Prius is mostly, Toyota Priuses, because there are, they could give you more mileage per gallon or per liter or whatever. Now, 70% of the taxi fleet in London is electric. I asked one of the drivers, what is the statistics? He says that I can afford to drive a Tesla in my taxi business now, because compared to my Prius, charging my Tesla for, he was doing on average 300 to 400 miles. In fuel he was paying around 80 or 90 pounds for weekly fuel. Now, we're using an electric, it's costing him only 20. He's saving 60 pounds in just fuel per week. And that is going towards paying the lease of his Tesla, which is 199 or something per month. So the savings from his fuel is paying for the lease. He's driving the car for free. And as a result, he's booking more clients, he's doing more trips, and making more money. That is the reason why everybody is going electric, not because of green credentials. It's more money in their pocket.
Talking about that, you have ever helped more than 500 entrepreneurs.
Yeah.
So what would you, help us to get an image from your personal experience? One of the businesses that ever went lowest failure, and why?
I came across a woman entrepreneur. She works for an NGO. She's competent. She came up with an idea. Okay, we bought this house. They bought a house a little far away in the countryside, not far from Kigali maybe. And because they had the house, they built a house, and then they're saying, what are we going to do with this house? It's too far from the city for us to commute. The cost of commuting is going to, be more expensive than the savings that we are making in the rent. So she came up with an idea of starting a cafe, starting lodging, using the rooms for lodging. Then
use the house for business.
Yeah. So turn it into a coffee shop, turn it into a bar, and turn it into a canteen, blah blah blah. And and because she's already full-time employed, she gives this idea to her husband to implement it. And they implement all these 5 or 6 ideas all at once and fail miserably, flat. They had to close all the businesses, they had to close everything, and now the place is empty. She comes to me with another idea now that now she's told me about the failure, and I could see it in what you were saying, that starting all these different niches in one go in one time, it's a recipe for disaster. So that's overstretching oneself. She overstretched her. And the other thing is that it was her idea and she was not implementing it. She's leaving it to her husband to implement it, and that doesn't work. The person who comes up with the idea needs to implement on it. You can't leave it to a third party to execute on your ideas. You have to execute on it yourself. Once you have taken it to a certain level, then you can give it out to somebody. I used to run several businesses in London in construction properties and renewables. But you need a focused attention for a couple of years before it becomes sustainable for you to appoint a manager, appoint somebody else to run it for you. You can't just do 5, 6 businesses, all different things in the same time. It's not manageable, it's not doable. You focus on one, make it grow, then take another one. Even billionaires like Elon Musk are doing that. He started with Tesla, then it got it going, running, and then he went into SpaceX, and he's now going into other things. But even they have to do that. Even when they have billions in their resources, they're not making the mistake of starting 5, 6 different businesses all at the same time. So that's you can't do that. You have to focus on what you're good at first, and then make it work, and then because you have the premises, you have the venue, you can then expand into other things, but not all at once. That was a recipe for disaster. And now that she wants to do this, she wants to do a pottery business, and she wants to do a coffee shop. And I'm saying to her, somebody who comes for coffee is coming to a home away from home. He wants peace. He's got children and maids and his wife bothering him at home. That's why he's coming to a coffee shop. And now you're bringing a pottery shop with mothers and kids next to the coffee shop. It's not going to work.
It's never going to work.
Yeah. So understanding your customers is the key point here. You know, if you want to do a coffee shop, then create a coffee shop environment, free from noise, free from hassle, free from disturbances. People are using now coffee shops everywhere in the world to do their business from. You know, people who are mobile workers, they are working. They don't like to be working from their beds. You know, they want somewhere they can concentrate, they can focus, and that's why they're going to a coffee shop. So, you know, a coffee shop with a kindergarten type of activities.
It can never work. It can never work.
Yeah, it doesn't work.
Unless you make it as a cafeteria of the kindergarten.
Yeah, you can offer coffee to the mothers.
Yeah, but not as a business.
No. You know, the mothers are there. You sell them a cup of coffee, that's a different business. Because you're focusing on the poultry business, and coffee is just an additional revenue stream. But you know, people who just come to relax and to work in silence and concentrate, they're not going to come.
And some of those business owners, they might think maybe the external problems like logistics are the ones that are causing the problems, or are using it as an excuse. So from your personal experience of the businesses that you have ever done, have you ever met the external problems like that almost you brought down to the graveyard of your business, and how did you overcome it instead of using it as an excuse?
Okay, more than country or law or whatever, what affected me is when I was doing construction, and I realized that most of my clients were making more money than I was making.
Okay.
Yeah, so you know, I was building a flat for them. They were buying it run down. I was doing it for them, and then they were selling it for a couple of millions more. And I'm saying, these guys are the ones who are making money. I'm just a glorified servant for them.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, I need to be in that business of properties. So I went enrolled on a course, a property, course, and my teacher was a Nigerian black man, and he was a very good, competent teacher, but not a good businessman. We did a deal in which I had to transfer some funds to him, and he was going to buy me 3 flats as for my first venture into properties, and the guy did a run with it. I lost, 170,000 pounds. I was conned by Spencer Michael, my teacher, who I trusted, conned me with 170,000 pounds, and I could have cried about it. I knew I was not going to get it. This guy was, and I bought into this nostalgia. The guy was well spoken, well dressed. He had Rolexes and all these things, and bling bling everywhere. But also being a proficient teacher gave me the confidence that this guy knows what he's talking about, and I think if we could do a business, then he would deliver. But I was mistaken. And what I did with that loss is, instead of crying about it, I used his teachings and got and executed on a deal where I bought 10 Berkeley home flats, and turned them around. I flipped them. I made 370,000 pounds out of it. So that allowed me to overcome that loss of 170. Yeah, but you have to turn your calamities into opportunities. That comes with a mindset. It's to do with. It's not. I could have, I could have easily cried about it, and still be crying about it.
You leave it out. You could have cried over it and you leave it out, but you turned it into an opportunity.
Yeah, and that's what most entrepreneurs do. They use calamities and turn them around into opportunities. Yeah, but that comes with, I've been exposed to business from, I'm a fifth, my grandfather was a builder, my father is a builder, I am a builder, so I've been building, buildings like this that we are sitting in, and I'm good at it. But when I'm now here back in Africa after 35 years of living in UK and Europe, I'm more interested in building businesses, building people, rather than building buildings. I think my experience and my inclination towards teaching rather than doing will be more useful in the African context back 35 years later. So I haven't announced it in public, but I want to help 1 million millionaires in the next 25 years. And it's a larger than life goal. It's similar to what Elon Musk has of about going to Mars, making humanity multiplanetary. And when he initially said it, 30 years back, people used to laugh at him. That you want people to live on moon, you want people to live on Mars. You are Dulali, you're crazy, but he's made it happen. He's built the first reusable rockets. He's now building the Starship that can lift 100 tons, to space and to moon and Mars and everywhere. So, and it is going to happen in our lifetime. It's the similar thing what happened to the Europeans when they discovered America. Europeans were fighting among themselves for hundreds of years, for thousands of years, and then Christopher Columbus discovers America. The Europeans invade America, they decimate the local population with the European diseases. America becomes the biggest resource in gold, silver, cotton, whatever you want for Europe, and that's what allowed Europe to be where it is today. And similar thing is going to happen with the colonization of Mars and Moon and everything. So that will be the next frontier. But bringing back to ground, it looks futuristic for people, somebody who's not even having 2 full meals a day. Bringing it back on ground, society structures labor in such a way that because the most abundant labor class gets paid the least. So people who just want to work with their physical body, laborers, get paid the lowest. They may be working or burning the highest amount of calories, but they are so abundant, so readily available that their demand and value decreases. If you want to be paid more, then you need to you need to stand out from those laborers. Come and say, I can do fixing, I can do plumbing, I can do plastering, I can do bricklaying. Then you will be paid 2 or 3 times more than the laborer. Acquire a skill that differentiates you from the masses, which are the labor classes.
And also, I think also it will have something to do with the mindset. And mostly, I'd like to ask you, what was your most painful internal bottleneck that you had to kill in yourself so that you overcome these challenges? And how much do you think this one habit costed you in a month or in a year before you change it?
Okay, that's a very good question, a difficult one to answer, and thank you for asking me a probing question. I need to think on it and
take your time.
come up with an example that works for the audience. I see I've met nearly 200 businesses over here and more than 500 people.
Here in Kigali or?
Here in Kigali in the last 3 to 4 months. And the biggest reason they're coming to me is for capital. They're saying that, we need capital.
Also the problem for them is the capital.
Is the money, or the lack of money, or the money is too expensive. Because interest rates in Africa are very high. It is true. And then this lady comes to me and says that I used to run a boutique dressmaking business, and I have the machines, I have the clothes, I have everything, but I can't afford the rent, so I had to close my shop, and now I've brought it at home. And she's looking for funding. And I'm saying, you have the clothes, you have the garments, you have the raw material to build new dresses. If I gave you an order of 1,000 dresses, pre-orders where you get the money in advance and you price in the profit in that pricing, will that solve your cash problem? And that woman says, ironically, no. Because she's sitting with a begging bowl, she wants the clink, clink, clink noise. She doesn't think that pre-orders is also clink, clink, clink. Is that, that needy mentality that is restricting a lot of growth. You don't, I've seen, and from all the people that I've met, they don't have a money problem, they have a sales and marketing problem. If you are invisible, you expect to open the shutters and expect customers to flock in, it's not going to happen. This is not 18th century or 19th century where that anarchic, brick and mortar, a business model works. Today you have to go on social media, you have to drum up business from left, right and center. They're not just dependent on the footfall in the market stall that you are in. You have to use technology. It is there for it to be used. Those people who are using it are doing better with it, are performing, making more profits, making more sales. So it is a tool, it is an enabler, it is a leverage. Use it, and stop being afraid of change. Change is here to come. Nobody is going to be able to stop the progress of AI. Nobody is going to stop the progress of robotaxis. Nobody is going to stop, society and technology from advancing. Our smartphones are getting smarter every day. The first smartphone was the dumbest phone of all the, when Steve Jobs came out with the first iPhone, Nokia and Motorola and BlackBerry, the old dogs used to laugh at it. Who's gonna buy this $600 phone? And today, where are they?
Nowhere to be seen.
They're all dead. And the smartphone is improving every day. Today's smartphone 19 or 17 or whatever it is, iPhone is much better than the iPhone 1. So if established businesses are using feedback from customers to improve their product, why not an African entrepreneur? That's what I told that guy who was making this a trading robot. I said, instead of you working it out all on your mind, go out into the world. And then ironically the guy accepted my advice, went out, he begged 6 clients paying him $250 USD to try this beta version. I said, that's a good achievement, but I want you to do something else. I want you to offer a lower priced product. Just don't stick to one price. Even in airlines, you have to, you have a economy class, you have a business class, and you have a first class. Why not in your business? So I said, you need to, make it easier for people to try your robot. So offer something for, maybe $5 or $6, maybe you do it only for 2 or 3 days. They test it out, they like it, they'll buy the $50 package. That way you can have 1,000 people paying you $5, and from that you convert some of them into $250 clients, rather than just sticking to 250, because a lot of Africans can't afford the 250 subscription. They can afford a $5 subscription, and that also opens up, his data collection immensely, because people who can afford, a $5 package will be in thousands. People who can afford his $250 subscription maybe in tens. So he can scale his business much faster that way.
And if you check upon it, it's one of the things that is affecting right now the youth. They only think about the business, but they don't put it into initiation. They don't try even to begin. Yet the beginning I think is the most hardest thing. But if you continue within the business, you can make it.
Yeah, and it's all you do more. You learn more through doing than just thinking.
Yes.
Yeah, thinking. The world is not short of ideas. There are plenty of ideas that have been shelved and sitting in people's minds and in their books and in their, in their laptops. The world is not short of ideas. The world is short of implementers.
Yeah, exactly.
An entrepreneur differs from the rest of the population is that he doesn't only have an idea. He has a way to bring it to life. He has a way to implement the business around it. So, that's how, entrepreneurs differ from the rest of the population, is that the ideas may be even basic. Most entrepreneurs, we don't go for fancy ideas. It's the creative people who come up with these fancy ideas, and then we see this. It's like McDonald's, when McDonald's came across this McDonald brothers, the guy who bought the McDonald's franchise from these guys. He was an ice cream salesman. He was selling ice cream machines, and he came across this two brothers who came up with a very efficient way of producing burgers at scale, with a very limited choice, limited budget, and and it was very popular, because people don't like confusion. If you give a child 5 cornflakes in the morning and say Susan, what are you going to have today? And they're going to scratch their head and say, I'm not feeling hungry. I'm not going to have anything. It is called paralysis of choice. When you give too much choice, they get confused. And they decide not to choose at all. Yeah? Yeah, so instead of that, if I gave them 2 choices, I said, Nancy, today you're going to only have either chocolate pop-up, or you're going to have cornflake. Which one are you going to choose, Nancy? And Nancy, I'll go with the choco pop. The decision is done. By limiting choice, you're increasing acceptance. You're decreasing clutter. When sometimes you feel that in restaurants you see they have a 20-page menu. Bloody hell, that's a recipe for disaster.
Yeah, and that's why most times.
For every item, you need to have you need to have a chef. You need to have a table for it. You have to have ingredients for it. Bloody hell, McDonald's does so well because they never make more than 21 items. They have a fixed menu. They take one out and put another one, but no number goes above 21.
That's why even me, sometimes I go to the hotel and I feel what to eat, I go out. Because of the big menu. They give you the menu, you see the lunch, pull. You see the break, so what you always do, salad for 2 pages. So what I always do, I walk out and
you go out to the Mandasi man outside.
Because the choice is very easy. The choice is very easy. So it's very true what you're talking about. People should be learning how to specialize, putting very few choices in front of the people so that they can be able to choose.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very true.
So, Mr. Benon, as a member of the student government at your university, I'd like to ask you this question. We're talking about how to kill the painful internal bottleneck. And then there is this, I would say like a habit. The students, they're in need of finances, they need a lot of things, and then this brings them to a lot of choices. And you find that the biggest problem, some people have this kind of attitude of saying yes to everything. What don't you think this is one of the being active is one thing, but also being active to everything, or being that kind of person who says yes.
Accepting everything is also indecisiveness.
Yes.
Is a form of indecisiveness. You can't join all the clubs in your school.
Yes.
Then you'll not go to any.
If any has any meeting, let's say meeting or any practice, you feel like you find when you're not going. Actually, the question was most people, they have no choice. They move with each and every choice that comes to the table. When I was still a student's leader at UNAC, we had an initiation that we could take. First of all, we make what we call a year or a year plan. This is a division of different activities that you're going to do from different sectors. We could do this in 2 weeks. It's not every time, because under human nature, whenever you do things repetitively and every time,
you become better at it.
You become like,
expert on
yes.
that.
So what we could do, we could take in a month, we take tries doing something. In this, we went further. We paid for our young woman. She got pregnant in her little age.
Okay, so a teenage pregnancy.
Yeah.
Okay.
So after that, the parents had to abandon her and they pulled her out. She had to reach upon the offices. What I did, we had to initiate. First of all, within the membership, what we did, we could get only 1,000 per person in a week. And this 1,000, it could be a little money compared to the people who were 25 under the cabinet. We could go further with this little money and we present it in front of the office, telling them that this is what we were able to produce and agree. So it was an empowerment to see that the little we had, at least we managed to contribute that, and it would give them the mentality of supporting us and supporting that woman. It took over 3 months and 4 months. The school had to adopt the woman with her child. You understand? So it was under the initiative that we took, the step that we took, that this lady was done was supported. You understand? It wasn't that.
It's that popular notion in the East where to fight darkness, you just need a candle. Yeah, you don't need bonfires.
Yes.
Bonfires are good enough, but just a candle in front of the right person, in front of the right eyes, dispels darkness.
It is under this courage that the lady now completed her schooling. After completing her schooling, they had to give her the job at the university, and the university still pays for the little child.
Okay.
That little child.
That's a success case, and success is sellable.
We could go further, and we go from these Muganda periods, and we look for the area that is so mostly shabby. In the days that there is no Muganda, we make a Muganda for ourselves.
Okay.
Yes, this saw the school saw the team. We made an initiation of everything that we could do, and it could attract the students to know that at least they have got a leadership in them.
Yeah, it enables leadership skills to be developed at school level.
Yes. So this is one of the things that if we could take steps as youth, first of all, and we don't think that laundering behind or that we shall be doing it doesn't become a matter in a memory, but it becomes a what? We start initiating in it.
Yeah, take the necessary steps and work on it, and you become better at it.
Yes.
It is only through doing that you will. It is only through implementation that you can turn it into money. Just thinking about it is not going to become money. You have to act on it. You have to implement on it. I think we've come to an end of our session today. Thank you for the lively debate, the youth and the probing questions from you, today I had to share a lot of my personal experiences. Yeah. All right, and we're done.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Introduce the question and also the topic of today, so that I also bring the question back to you. So you asked me how I use it. So in this conversation are going to mostly take an examples of some movies to show how this, for us we call it a 3-act structure.
Yeah, so you've been using it as a 3-act structure. I call it the 3 summit storytelling formula. You call it the 3-act structure. It's the same thing, just different formats. So you've used it for filmmaking, for writing scripts, for directing films and doing film productions.
Yes.
Give us an example of how you use it.
So first of all, before I give an example, these 3 acts, they are separated in storytelling because of a reason.
Okay.
So there is first act, second act, and third act. The first act is what we call the setup. What was happening? What was our hero's goal? Our character's goal? What is the normal world? How is that a character is living?
So you have to create a time and space for the characters to exist.
Introduction.
Okay. So let's say if it is Lion King, you have to introduce Mufasa, Simba, and Scarface and all that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So there is second act where our character has taken a step, like what did he or she, our character, do to overcome something, and it comes with the goal, our character goal, plus the theme of the story we are talking about. Then the third part, in the second part, the second act, that's where we see different things, like our character connects with different friends, is building enemies around, taking decisions, and at the end of the second act, our character has to take a decision that will never come and take a step back. A decision that goes forward. And
the decision that makes him a hero.
Yes.
In most stories, the hero is lousy for maybe 80-90% of the story.
Yes.
He only becomes a hero because he meets a guide. He has to make a difficult decisions that makes him win the day.
Yeah, it even sometimes takes a heartbroken to take a decision and move.
Yeah, most meaningful decisions are very hard.
Yeah.
For even as individuals, let alone heroes.
It's true. It's a normal life story. Storytelling stays the story we live in every day.
Yes. Yeah. So, in what context have you used it?
I used it in the context of Love Cycle.
So you are doing a rom-com?
Yeah, it was a rom-com.
Okay.
Yeah, but as a film director or script writer, I use it in different ways. I mean, in different contexts.
Okay, for the audience's purposes, let's bring it down to business and let's bring it down to content creators.
Yes. So
because this episode is how business owners and content creators can make their videos, their content, their stories engaging to their audiences. For the business, it's their customers. For the content creators, it's their audience. How they can get more engagement, how they can get more views, how can they can make more money from their content journey.
Yes.
And if you look at the screen at the back, it's a 3 summit storytelling formula, and each summit is a high, and then each valley is a low in the characters, in the journey of the character.
Yeah.
So, if you change the slide, the storytelling can be used in 3 forms. You can use it as a case study for a businessman. It's a case study that he shows where his client was before he met him.
Yeah.
What they did together that changed the outcome and where he is now. So if we were to take the case of the chef who cooks for a 5-star a chef who has been working in 5-star hotels for many years, has now been fired from his job, and now he starts thinking, okay, I need to start making food for rich people. So he's come up with the concept, but he's not the only one doing this. There are many chefs who have worked in the 5-star. They can't take the heat, they can't take the pressure, and now think, okay, it's easier for us to just go in people's homes and cook for them. Private homes, occasions, ambassadors' homes, rich people's homes, and all that.
Okay.
So this, this client comes to me and says, Harish, I've been doing this, but I'm not finding jobs. Sometimes I have, a lot of jobs, and sometimes it's either feast or famine.
So it's periodic.
It's periodic.
Okay.
He's suffering from this, feast and famine situation. He wants a constant pipeline. And again, there are a lot of chefs coming into this arena, and rich people don't really have a food issue. Their fridges are stocked. They have a chef at home.
And they can make orders.
They can order anything from anywhere in the world.
Yeah.
So food is not an issue for rich people. The reason why they're calling this guy is that rich people have rich people's problems. And the rich people's problem is that, every individual is glued to their phones
Eyes on the screen.
and in their rooms. Nobody is living in the living room or the kitchen or the dining area.
Oh.
So I gave him so because of that, I gave him an idea that, okay, instead of just selling yourself as a chef who cooks, brilliant dishes, call yourself a chef that brings families together, because rich people's families are divided. They're all glued to their rooms and to their screens, and they're living separate lives. Even though they're living in the same house, they're suffering. They hate each other's company.
Because they don't have time for it.
Yeah. So I told him, no, don't only just go and cook for them, make them part of the cooking. And he says, how can I do that?
So they join him on the process.
Yeah, so I said, tell your clients that, if I am going to come and cook, I want some assistance from you guys. And your assistance is going to be in the preparation of these ingredients. We've got vegetables that need to be chopped. We have this that needs to be prepared. We have this that needs to be washed and cleaned and
That
chopped.
needs to be baked.
Yeah. So by engaging the family into the preparation of the ingredients, that then the chef is going to cook them, because they've put sweat equity on it. And the other thing is, they are not used to doing these things.
And they are together.
They have to now work as a team to come together to prepare the ingredients so that the chef can prepare the meal for them. And now that they're invested in it, they've put their sweat equity into it, they'll enjoy the meal even more. This will become an experience
that they would want to repeat again and again.
So they will make it a routine.
Yes. So that it will become a monthly or a bi-monthly or a quarterly feature.
So now he has a pipeline.
Yes. And the other thing is he is now separating himself from the rest of the competition, because no other chef is selling himself as a chef that brings families together.
Because he's giving memories.
Yes, he's creating memories and he's creating unity among the divided members of the family.
Okay.
Yeah, and this allows him to stand out. It allows him to differentiate himself, and it allows him and his customers to experience unity, and the joy of cooking and eating that meal. That has allowed him to book more jobs. So this was a case study, scenario. If you don't, let's say you're a new content creator, you're a new business, or you're a new startup, you don't have case studies, you don't have clients yet, then what can you do? For that, if we go to the next slide, you have a personal case story. So personal case story for you is that you are a filmmaker. You're back in Kigali, you are doing filmmaking in Nairobi, you are now back in Kigali, you don't have a place to go to, you come across me, and we come up with a solution that works for you. Instead of, you are helping us build some movies and whatnot, editing and all that, we are using your skills, but we are also helping you build a business.
Yes, sure.
That's the authentic Kigali authentic work.
Yes.
And again, that would be a personal story for you. And how would you narrate your personal story? Where were you before? What happened when you met me? And where are you now?
Thank you. So if I tell my story, business story, using this.
Yeah, about your tourism
Yeah.
venture that we are helping you, structure.
Yes. So as everyone knows, most of the people when they come here to visit Rwanda, we have so many places to take them. Gorillas, museum, genocide memorial, but different places that are structured
Yes.
for tourists. And that is an information that it is a thing that we used to do as a routine. Sometimes we don't get clients because if my brother come and visit and go all the places and go back in another country, we'll go and tell a story. So hey, this place. Okay, some people, because they have heard the information, just the information is the same thing everyone is doing. Sometimes they don't come.
Yeah, so they'll do some due diligence and they'll see, okay, the 10 best places to go to in Kigali.
Yeah, and if they go to Google, they find them.
Yes.
So that makes the business not stable. Then when we met, we had to sit down and discuss and see the business is not what you think is a business. The business is the solution you are giving to the problems of the society that you have chosen. That is what I have understood and learned through all the conversation, all the sessions that we have been through. And then after that, I got that idea of, okay, if we are doing the same thing, how am I going to differentiate myself from
How are you going to
this?
stand out?
How
is your product
Yeah.
or your service going to stand out?
What am I selling and giving that is different, that will stop the client from entering this shop
And coming to yours.
to my shop?
Yeah.
And then that's where we found that the best way is to solve the problem. This problem is people need 5-star. If someone comes from Dubai, has been in London in a Marriott and is here
Yeah,
in
5
Kigali,
stars in New York, London, Mumbai, or Kigali is the same.
It's the same.
You will all be served the same continental breakfast.
Yeah, it's the same. So
Yeah,
I will also put this direct question to the people who are following us. Don't you think it's a big problem? People need to experience the authentic.
Yeah, and Aisho Speed did a good job of it.
Yeah.
You know, when he traveled Africa, he went to the tribes. He went to the, you know, the Bomas, the chiefs, to the, to the Maasais.
Yeah.
You know, to the hunter-gatherers in Namibia and wherever. You know, he connected to the people. He connected to their traditions. He connected to their food. He connected to their music. He connected to their dance and their culture. That authenticity is missing or is not available.
It's not available
in the 5-star experience.
You can never find it. Do you think Aisha Speed is the most guy who has the biggest community when it comes to streaming? No, it's because it's different. The golden experience that if you have seen when he got in Kenya, his stream boomed up like.
Yeah, he got around, he got 500,000 subscribers just from one, country visit.
Yeah. And you see the fact, people who were commenting, taking selfies, say, crying, they have been telling us about Africa, it's because of what he has solved the problem.
Yeah, he connected to the diaspora and to his audience in a way that no other influencer has done. He showed Africa in a better light.
And there is no
Africa has had a dark continent narrative imposed on it.
Yes.
Whenever a Westerner hears, or American or a European or a British person hears Africa, it's a dark continent, no electricity, no internet, muds and huts with built with mud and sticks, bushes and wild animals.
Yeah.
Yeah, Indians think that the Africans are black because Africa is so hot.
And I don't think Africa is the hottest country.
No. In fact, India is much hotter than Kigali.
Okay, so back to the topic. So as I was saying, solving the problem is the only way to stand out in the business. So this helped me because when I found that we are doing the same, I had to stand out and say, okay, we're doing our tourism, taking our tours in the car, in luxury hotels, in the luxury big malls for people to shop.
Yeah.
Now, people needs to experience something different. The real life, real Kigalians. People,
local authentic experience.
Yes. And see the local businesses. You see, like people say, the GDP of Rwanda is going up, but there's also a community, a small community that is standing out in every possible way and every ability to contribute. How about visiting those people? How about seeing the restaurants where families sit down and eat on the lowest place that you cannot even imagine? How about walking, meet Rwanda? People say, when you go to Rwanda, people smile. It's just few people you have met. Walk and see, greet people, talk to them, see how the love of Rwanda. Rwanda is not about building. Rwanda is not about the street.
Every country and every economy is totally dependent on the population.
Yeah.
It's the people that make the country. It makes the experience worth it and valuable.
Sure.
It's connecting, if there is no human connection, you may have the best 5-star hotels, you may have the best roads, you may have the best everything. But if the person serving, the tourist has no smile, has no welcome, has no greetings, is stone-faced, then all these brilliant services, all these facilities, the best mattresses, the best seats, the best rooms will equate to nothing.
Sure. So as I can say that in Rwanda, in tourists, that thing, smiling to the customer, welcoming them,
it's something that has been corrected, is good now, but let's add something on our menu. Let's not keep taking people
to the same old,
yeah.
you know, 5-star experiences.
Yeah, let's.
Yeah, those who want 5-star experiences and want to enjoy that, they are fine.
Yeah.
They can stay there. But those who want to understand and connect with the local people, with the local culture, with the local food, local traditions, then come to you.
Yeah, so that brings me to the where I am now. So after having those ideas and what, then I come up with another solution, which is Kigali Authentic Workers, where people visit Nyamirambo. This is also another story of transformation. Before, people used to say, not even to say, that's how we used to be. Thugs, thieves,
all the criminal elements, all the hooligans, all the bad people of Kigali used to live in, or used to come from Nyamirambo.
For example, if I give you an example, I was not born in Kigali. I was born in Southern Province, Sui district. But when I was in the high school, it was a boarding. When a kid will come and say, I'm from Kigali, exactly where Nyamirambo, sometimes we used to say, watch out. Even if he's not. But the name, mentioning the name, we are talking about brand. The brand that was.
Yeah, it had a bad connotation, it had a bad name, a bad reputation.
But now if you visit this place, it's a place that has an incredible, unimaginable transformation. There was a lot of unwanted pregnancies for the
teenagers.
Yes. Now do you know what happens? They have places where youth, while they're in a vacation, while they're not busy, they can go do the sport, they can have an education on health, reproduction system.
So this is the Rafiki Club?
Yes, Rafiki Club.
Yeah, okay.
And do you know what this solves? It solves the problem of finding youth, because if you see the most of the most of the problems that the country can meet according to insecurity, it comes from the youth. So when you don't invest in the youth,
you don't give them a purpose, you don't give them a place to go to, you don't give them an activity to do, then they are going to resort to crime.
Yeah, better be ready for fight, because that's how it will be. Okay. So this now has become a solution. Let's not talk about youth only. Let's come back to their palettes. Women's, mostly in culture of Rwanda, culture of most of the African, we used to understand, but I think in India too, we used to think that women's are made for home, like stay home.
Yeah, that has always been, if you look at prehistory, women predominantly lived and looked after the home. Yeah. Men went out to hunt, gather, and bring the food at home.
Yeah. So if I give a short example, you find like now in Rwanda, if you see the parliament, the big number is women.
Yeah, it has one of the highest women representation in any country in the world.
Yeah, because they have seen that women can give a contribution to the development. So now let's get back to our authentic. If we can see that happening in the parliament, what about in the community down?
In the grassroots.
How is it going?
Okay.
Now there is this a story of people who came together. I think it's 6 or 8 women came together. Think, what can we do as a women in the community? What can we do to raise our balance and make our family sustainable? The Nyamirambo Women's Center. These women, now, it was initiated in 2007, 19 years now, I think.
Okay.
200 direct and indirect businesses has come from that within 19 years. More than 6,000 women.
That's that's a big number. 6,000 women being helped, over 200 businesses, being generated or incubated from that women's center.
Yeah.
That's a huge contribution to that locality. So each woman is also responsible for
Multiple people.
For 3 to 4 people
Yeah.
that are dependent on it.
You can imagine how many people are getting health insurance, education, clothing,
Yeah.
feeding. So it's a huge impact to the
So
community.
one of the places that your guests will visit is the Women's Center.
Yeah, the Women's Center.
Okay.
It's one of our stopover. We adopted this culture of car-free zone. Why?
Okay, there is a car-free zone not far from where our office is over here.
Yes, there's a car-free zone.
Car-free zone over here where you can sip coffee. You can have your croissants, you can have your mandazis, you can have your food and drinks and whatnot.
Yeah.
And you can also take your photographs with the Kigali sign.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this
what is it called? This car-free zone.
this
Street?
is called town car-free zone.
Downtown car-free zone.
Not downtown. It's town
Okay.
car-free zone.
Okay.
So this one doesn't have a specific name like the
Okay.
other two.
Okay.
So the second one is the one in Remera called Isimeti.
Mhm.
It's known most for the clubs, bars,
Okay,
because
okay.
it's an entertainment location.
Okay.
So now let's get back to ours.
Mhm.
Nyamirambo car-free zone, which mostly known as Mumarangi Food Street, colorful food street.
Mumarangi?
Food.
Colorful Food Street.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
So this one, as we know, by the way, for the information to the viewers, Nyamirambo is mostly known for the Muslim community.
Yeah, it is a Muslim. It's an Islamic Muslim neighborhood of Kigali.
Yes.
Yeah.
So there is this car-free zone that is having like restaurants. People sit down at the street, share food,
Mhm.
and when you get there,
Mhm.
when you enter in this car-free zone,
Mhm.
there is that aroma, that smell,
Mhm.
where you enter and you feel like you enter in the Rwandan dish. Like it's like you're already in the kitchen.
The experience of food is that it starts with the nose. You smell the cuisines. Before you can taste it, you're smelling it, and the smell alone, if it is appetizing, you start salivating.
Yeah,
You know,
of course. Because actually, when you enter, even the eyes itself, the way you are seeing people outside eating, because it's not like inside you don't see what they are eating.
No,
inside.
it's mostly on because it's a car-free zone. People can sit on the road itself.
Yeah, when you just step in, you see the food here, the food here, the food. So you can say, here is food. I
Mhm.
like this one. Let me sit there.
Okay.
They have this dish.
Also, there are lots of drinks: coffee, sugarcane juice, maybe pineapple or some other.
By the way, in Rwanda we have that culture of tea and coffee.
Mhm.
When you get to this place,
Mhm.
you will find the biggest community of Rwandans sitting together and drink coffee. More than in the coffee shops that you usually know.
Okay, I've been to the Western coffee shops, to Keveneru and Robastica and all these things. But okay, and I have had coffee at the car-free zone.
Yeah.
In Nyamirambo. I've been there several times, and I have had coffee there, and I enjoyed it.
What do you think? Like 2 things that you can say like this is the good thing I liked about this Nyamirambo tea and coffee shops that I have not seen in those European or
Yeah, okay. The Western coffee shops. There was a place. I don't know whether it's Nyamirambo or somewhere else. That there was somebody who was roasting these beans in public. It's an Ethiopian tradition where the coffee is roasted in public, and the aroma, the smell of the coffee
makes you
want you to eat or drink or something. And the way they toast it, it becomes a spectacle. And then they grind it in front of you, and then serve it. Make it and serve it to you. That experience, I think, most people don't understand where coffee comes from. That coffee is a bean that is then grinded, is roasted, and then so it's like people in London, when they get chicken, They think chicken comes from the supermarket. They don't realize that it comes. Most kids don't, because it comes packed in polythene.
So it's baked in the supermarket. Okay.
Yeah. When you talk about what is baked potato, baked potato is something that I get in an aisle in supermarket, in Tesco's supermarket. So people, because we are no longer connected to the land, we are not connected to the process, and getting people back to the process is an experience in itself. I enjoyed that experience, and I think all your guests will also enjoy something similar. And then you also mentioned something about the sugarcane, juice.
Yeah, as you were saying,
in India,
you see that experience, yeah.
And in India, or in Asia, extraction of sugarcane juice in front of you is common practice. I haven't seen it in Africa, but if there is a place in Mirambo that does it, then it would be a good place for your guests to step.
For the information to the viewers, that place is one of our stopover.
Okay.
Just come.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
All right. Now let's. Okay. Now I need to talk about my personal story.
Yeah.
I have had. I'm a fifth generation builder. I've had several multi-million, business successes in Africa, in Nairobi, and in London. And I've now come back to Africa after 35 years. I'm a good builder. I know how to build buildings. I know how to build structures. I know how to build. But this time round, coming back to Africa, I've decided not to go back into the construction industry and build buildings. But I want to build businesses. I want to build business owners. I want to build content creators that can turn their business, their creativity, their content into something that makes money for them. And most businessmen are still avoiding the content creation journey. And businessmen and women will not like to hear this, but the things that you avoid are the things that you need to do in business. And content creators just don't create content that you like to see and you like to digest. Create content that your audience wants and is of value to your audience, not to yourself. Stop glamorizing yourself. Stop, introducing yourself as, my name is Harish, I'm a CEO, blah, blah, blah. No, nobody cares about that. I have an example in which, there's a clearing and forwarding agent who used to introduce himself like this and says, my name is Joroge, I'm a CEO of this company, I'm a clearing and forwarding agent, I'm based in this location. I said, Joroge, stop it.
It's like reading a badge at work.
Yeah. He's just glorifying his name, his title, and his company.
That is a badge.
Yeah.
It's not
introduction. So I said, tell me what you do, who for, and why you're different. And the guy had to scratch his head. But he did come up with something that we can work with. And he said that, I can help business owners clear their containers from the port in 2 days compared to 20 days. I said, that's a solution people are looking for. Let's turn this incomplete sentence into a complete sentence. So I helped him say, okay, what is the advantage of him clearing their containers in 2 days compared to 20 days? Is that it allows his customers to take their goods to market 18 days earlier than their competitors and turn it into cash.
Okay.
So the whole, and then he has to say, my name is Joroge, I am a CEO and I'm based here. That way, that soundbite, I can clear it in 2 days compared to 20 days. It allows my customers to take their goods to market 18 days earlier than their competitors and turn it into cash. That is a complete message. That if you even if I don't need that clearing and forwarding agent, if there is somebody who needs it, I'll recommend him. Why? Because it's soundbite.
Okay, so if I understand it well, it's like now he has this capacity of clearing it in 2 days and get it to the market, make cash.
And he was not
others.
talking about it.
And he has this intro of saying, Njoroge,
I'm a CEO of this, blah, blah, blah.
So if it's me, let's say, as you said, maybe you don't want clearly things, but you have him in mind and you would call someone. I mean, if someone needs someone like that, you can recommend.
Yes.
So if he tells me he's Njoroge and he's a CEO, I know so many people do the same job of CEO.
Yeah.
And I know so many other names. That
There is no standing out.
Yeah. But if I know is someone who clears these
Containers in 2 days.
in 2 days, and there's another person I want him, who I know who does it in 20 days. If someone asks me, I'll say, okay, if you want your things quicker, this is Njoroge. Talk to him.
Yeah.
So I think that was the best.
Yeah, so that's clarity of message. So, now that I'm back, I want to give people 3 things. If they do these 3 things, they can double their revenues and they can double their profits. If they clarify their purpose, they clarify their message, like we did for Njoroge, that he's a clearing and forwarding agent who clears their containers in 2 days compared to 20 days, and it allows them to take their goods to market before their competitors and turn it into cash. So that's the message. And then clarity of price. Every person I speak to says that Africa is price conscious. True, Africa is price conscious, so was India. So was the rest of the world.
So many bargainings.
Yeah, India, and you can't beat an Indian in bargaining.
So if you tell him it's 3,000, they will start in 800.
Yeah.
So you meet in 1,000.
So, but that causes confusion. People don't want, if they can avoid the argument, they can avoid the negotiations, they can avoid the haggling, they would prefer to shop somewhere. So Simba Supermarket is selling simple commodities like toothbrush, toothpaste,
and
soap.
You find a price.
Yeah, the price is clearly labeled. The soaps are all in one place. The creams are all in one place. Everything is clearly displayed.
Why?
It's clearly priced. It's clearly labeled. And when you go to the till and you then say, put your basket and tell the till lady, oh, can I have a discount? She'll tell you, leave that basket here, go outside. There's a market outside. Yeah, why? Why is Simba able to do this? Why is the supermarket able to do this?
Yeah, sure. Why?
It's because of the clarity of price, clarity of message, clarity of purpose. They give you free car park space, they give you a free bag, they give you a free trolley, they give you an AC environment to shop in. All they are saying is that you pay the advertised price. If you don't want to do that, then go somewhere else.
Sure.
And Simba supermarkets are doing far better than any corner shop or any bargaining retailer out there. Because people want clarity.
So you mean like it's not about the buyer, it's about the seller?
No, the seller is the same. It's the buyer who is making the choice.
No.
People are voting with their feet. They are voting not to go to a hustler and go to Simba supermarket because of the clarity of price, clarity of purpose, clarity of...
Yeah, what I mean is like it's not about the buyer, it's about the seller who should make the clarity of price.
Yes, it is the business owners who need to clarify their message, their price, and their purpose.
Okay. If I give you a short example or an experience, if you look around different businesses, some people might go somewhere and say, okay, I'm seeing that there's a luxury homes around here. If I make a business here, I might get a lot of clients or get a lot of money because they are rich people or what and what. And when these people start the business, they don't really know the price they are going to sell.
Okay.
For example, if you see like here in downtown,
Mm.
there's places where you go, they sell a second-hand phone that comes from Dubai. They're still good phones, even though they're second-hand phone. But when you get there and you say, for example, how much is this iPhone? Let's say 12. The guy will be like, this phone is good, you know, it still has a good battery. Starts telling me what is the phone is, and he'll be like, how much do you have, and see if we can buy. He's the one asking how much I have. I'm the client. I'm not supposed to be asked how much I have for your product. So there's no clarity of price there. So this brings the room for bargaining.
Yeah, the uncertainty, and the, you know, okay, you went there just for a phone. You don't want to bargain if you can avoid it.
Time wasting.
It is time wasting. It is energy consuming. If there was a shop next door that clearly displayed the features and benefits of the phone and the price to it, I would prefer to buy it from there. And you know, he then gives me a guarantee, you know, you will not be able to find a phone cheaper than this. If you can return it, and I'll give you your money back.
Because there's clarity.
There is clarity there. In UK, there is a store called John Lewis, which has a slogan: never unknowingly undersold or overpriced or something like that. I don't remember the quotation exactly, but people go to John Lewis because of the service, because they know if they can get something cheaper than that, then John Lewis is going to give them the difference, or is going to accept the goods back. And if you look at the average price, John Lewis is not cheap.
And people still go there.
Yes. There is another case of a plumber, Pimlico Plumbers, and this plumber, this business got sold for over £1 billion. A plumbing operation has got sold for over £1 billion. This guy, he just created a simple formula. Rich people do not want builders who, when they are working, their cracks are exposed. They want builders who are well dressed. Their bumps don't show. Their cracks don't show when they're working. And when they go to a rich person's house, they make sure that the sheets are packed. You know, they don't leave any mess. They don't leave any dirt. And he is 2 or 3 times more expensive than the cheapest guy in town. But people prefer to hire him because they know the quality of workmanship and the quality of workers that they will come in their house, because these people are already living in this. There is the issue of privacy, there is the issue of cleanliness, there is the issue of, you know, getting the job done timely, and these guys will have a proper, you know, toolkit. They are not going to go in and out looking for a thing in their van and coming back and disturbing the occupants.
Yeah.
He differentiated himself as that we are plumbers that know what we are doing. We will come, resolve the issue straight away. You do not have to worry about cleaning your house or your house being left open.
Yeah. Okay.
That's how he differentiated himself. So there is a class of customers that want that service. You need to cater for it. And you can become a millionaire, a billionaire in his case.
Yeah.
By doing this.
You cannot.
Yeah. So, okay, now let's look at the framework. The theme, okay, if you're looking, for the audience's purposes, because the audience is both, business owners and content creators. So as content creators,
whatever content you create needs to have a theme. So if you're looking at the Lion King story, the Lion King had a theme of the circle of life. Then there needs to be an element of conflict. There needs to be an element of loss and setback. So that would, loss and setback would be the first peak.
Yeah.
In the Lion King, it is, the conflict is the scar face.
The scar face,
When Mufasa, Simba is born, Mufasa, and he's announced into the world. Introduced to they go on the high rock and introduce him to the world that the new prince is born, who's going to be our future king. Scarface is the only one who's not happy about it.
That's our conflict.
That's our conflict. And Scarface has a scar on his face.
Yeah, he's a Scarface. Sure, yeah.
So all villains have to have deformities. Like if you look at all the James Bond, the villains are always crippled or something. They have deformities.
They all have.
And then the loss is Mufasa tells Simba not to go to the elephant graveyard.
And our conflict comes in.
The villain comes in and says, oh Simba, I've been there, I live there. I'll take you there myself. Oh no, Dad told me not to. Oh, what does your dad know? I'm your uncle, huh? Aren't you safe with me? Come, let's go. And he takes them there and
Simba crossed the line.
Yeah, and it is a trap. His hyena goons try to kill him. Mufasa comes to save, but in the process,
the loss happens.
He loses his life.
Okay.
And now Simba is blaming. This immature child is blaming himself for his father's death. And because he's guilty, he feels guilty, he can't show his face, there is shame involved, he leaves the pride, goes into the wilderness. Yeah, there is delay, denial, and distraction and doubt phase.
Yeah.
Where he's happy with his Kasuku friend and his Pepe, and he's enjoying life. Until he comes across a catalyst. Yeah?
Yeah.
The catalyst is his previous childhood girlfriend, Nala, that they, now they're adults, they have a romantic interlude.
Yeah.
And after a few days of romance, she poses a question. She gives him an insight. Simba, do you know the pride and the kingdom is suffering? Scarface and his hyena goons are starving everybody.
So there's a call to action.
Yeah, this is just her telling, the catalyst giving an insight. Now that insight, and she says that I am the breadwinner, I will, you should come and take your rightful place as the king and restore the balance, the circle of life. And Simba is saying, no, I'm happy here. I'm comfortable. I do not want to come there.
Because the decision is being simply heavy.
Yeah. So, but he still has to make, so Nala leaves him because she has to fend for the bride. She's the breadwinner, so she needs to go, but Simba is left with a decision to make.
Yeah.
Shall I go? Shall I not go? He does make a decision to go. Then what happens? He goes back to the kingdom, and Scarface and the goons beat him, make fun of him, ridicule him. Here comes the so-called king who can't even face his truth. Ridicule. They beat him up. They bash him up.
So he made a decision without a plan.
No, that is always the case. Most of us make decisions without
a
planning.
But when our plan failed first, now we have to.
Now then, the voice of Mufasa, the wisdom of Mufasa comes in, and the pain of his mother, tears, him seeing his mother in tears, and the pride in despair, and the words of Mufasa's wisdom, comes through his thoughts. That gives him the strength, the superpower to defeat the hyenas and the Scarface and restore his position as the king of the jungle. And then, the theme is, okay, in every story that you do, if you are a service provider or a product provider, you place yourself here.
Yeah.
This way of selling does not feel salesy. Because when somebody is in listening mode, in story mode, and you introduce this information about your service, and your service will solve this problem, then their guards are down. They will buy something that is framed in a story, rather than buy this phone now. No, we all like to buy things we don't like to be sold to. And if you want to feel not like a salesperson, then use the story framework to sell your product or services.
Sure.
Like Pimlico did, our builders. He made it explicit. He said, our builders are well dressed. You will not see their cracks.
Sure.
Yeah.
Mm.
So something like that. Yeah. So so this is a framework that any content creator, any businessman can copy and use. And by framing all your products and services and your solutions in a story framework, in a story, makes it far easier, far palatable for the customer to accept and engage with you.
Okay. Now I have one question.
Mm-hmm.
We're talking about this process, and some business or some entrepreneurs doesn't really want to understand that the same way the content creators use can be used in the business. Let's give it an example. Sorry, in business, someone might, some people might open businesses in the places because they think, let's give an example in malls.
Mm-hmm.
People think because malls, okay, people will come, it's in a mall, I have to open a shop there.
Mm-hmm.
And some people think that's what will give them a client, being in the right location where people are.
Mm-hmm.
And there is also this one example you ever gave me of I don't remember if it's a Chinese lady who make paste.
Yeah, pastry. Yeah. Mm.
And this lady, I think she has just a small shop in the town, but she's showing her business to more than 10,000 or.
Yeah, there is a pastry shop that goes. The family has been making pastries for generations. They also still make the pastry. They have a small store, but while she's making this pastry, she has 4 mics on her. She's on 4 platforms.
Okay.
She's live, and she's broadcasting it. She's got an audience of 10 to 20,000 people tuning in.
Okay, so
to her making pastries.
Yeah. Now my question is, we have these 2 people. The one who followed the location, like in a mall, where people walk in and out every single time, and then this lady who decided to tell a story or to do it in the same way we are talking about.
Doing it live.
What's their difference?
Okay, this lady, she will win the game because footfall is limited. Even if, let's say you have a store in Dubai Mall, when the festive seasons or the holiday seasons are there, you'll be busy. What will you do when they are not busy? When there is no holiday season?
Problem.
Yeah, but for this lady, she has no holidays. She has no days off. She has no peak and trough. There is no drought and famine. Famine and feast. People will tune in from all over China and all over the world. Whenever they go to her town, they will make it a point to go and eat her pastry. Just imagine, 10 to 20,000 people require a mini stadium.
You need a arena.
You need a place like arena to accommodate this kind of people. Then these people are connecting to her, making the thing that she's always been making.
Like someone is in the mall, but Hash is in the arena selling all alone.
Yes.
Okay.
She will outbeat any competitor in her niche of pastry making than the one who is still afraid, who is still shy to go online.
Sure.
So, audiences are also customers.
Yeah.
So all the audiences that are watching us today will become future customers.
Sure.
One day.
Because they have seen the service.
Have we built trust? We are sharing information deliberately to win their trust. All transactions only happen once there is trust established. Nobody is going to buy or sell anything, buy from you for anything, unless they trust you. As soon as you say, buy this now, flags go off in their minds. Why should I buy this? Am I buying it at the right price? Will it be a dodgy product? All these questions need to be answered before a sale can happen.
Sure. Trust first.
Trust first. You have to build trust, and we are sharing all this information to build trust. Once trust is built, then they will say, okay, Harish is talking about this, the 3 summit storytelling. I've listened to him, but I can't see how I can do it for my business.
Then they take a step.
They take a step and make a DM, make a call, make an email. Harish, we'd like you to do this for us.
Because they have seen the solution, where the solution
it fits, but they don't know how to structure it. They don't know how to implement it. I share information for free, deliberately. I charge for implementation.
Wow. So actually, I think what's the most tricky thing is to know where to get your solution of the problem you have. So if now they have seen the solution they can get, but they need an implementation, they take a step and comes.
Yeah.
Because the credibility of message has gone.
Yes, and also it is by design that we are doing this, and all teachers and mentors do this. And if you want to be seen as an expert, then you need to speak, and share like an expert does. Yeah. Experts get paid expert prizes. Job blogs get paid job blog prices.
Yeah, sure.
If I want people to see me and pay me as experts prizes, then I need to be seen walking and talking like an expert.
Yeah.
And I'm glad that you've used our advice and created your product or service based on that. We are also helping you promote it on our platforms, and you're also doing it. We want to see a success story in the tourism sector. Visit Rwanda is a great initiative by Paul Kagame and the Rwandese government.
One of the best campaigns.
It is a very good campaign. I had a phone call from my long lost friend Yogi, and he says, I was watching Manchester United play, and as soon as it scored, I saw visit Rwanda on all the billboards.
Now the visit Rwanda has came in his mind.
Yeah.
It will become one of the plans.
Yeah. So he is saying, I want to come and see you in Rwanda.
Now the campaign maybe is going to give me a client tomorrow.
Yes. But this campaign is good spend by Rwanda. And in Africa, Rwanda has set a brilliant example. It has created safety, it has created security, it has created corruption-free environment, it has created beautiful roads and infrastructure that is a trailblazer for the rest of African continent. And if somebody wants to come
and visit Africa, then Kigali must be, Rwanda must be the first destination they come to, because this will change their perspective of Africa.
Sure.
And RDB or whoever is running this campaign, they are doing a good job of it, and I think it is working also. And tourism is going to be on the rise, and tourism is one industry that creates more jobs than any other industry, because every single tourist creates 3 jobs locally. So you have a chef who needs to to feed these people. They need a driver. You need a hotelier, somebody to look after the beds and the
servants,
coffee shops and all these things.
Receptionists.
Yeah, tourist guides and tour operators. There are so many people who benefit from from tourism, and that's the reason even countries like Dubai have invested so much on tourism. And not only Dubai now, even Mecca, even Saudi Arabia is following the same suit.
I mean, the whole world is looking forward to come to Rwanda because of the system.
Yes.
I think that's the reason why the Noskin is standing here.
Yeah, again, the environment of no corruption, people don't realize that, if I set up a business and I have to go through, several hoops to get my permits,
You have
get my
10
permission.
contacts of line you have to use to get on the top.
Over here, you have one window clearance that that enables me to register. Okay, my registration is free. My company registration is free. Visa is free. This so many benefits.
And again, you don't need to talk to anyone about that. It's just you and your screen.
Yeah, you can do it online. The process is online. Even if you need to go there, they're very friendly. You go to RDB, there is a one-stop shop where all your
problems get done.
Yeah, up to your bank account. There is a local bank there, Bank of Kigali, that you can open up an account with there and then.
Then you finish.
You're done. So in half a day, your company is registered, your trademark is registered, your bank account is opened, and no fees, nowhere.
And don't you think that is one of the things that is making Rwanda run faster than other countries?
At the moment, we have a number of staff. We've got a staff from Central Africa. We've got one from South Sudan. We've got the reason why all of them are here is the same reason. Ease of mobility, ease of doing business. So let's bring this podcast to an end, and we wish you all the best luck. The event is happening tomorrow?
Yeah, the event will be happening every Sunday, starting from 10 a.m.
Okay.
That is the starting of the
So
tour.
10 to 12. So you're talking about 2 hours.
But the time to meet is 30 minutes before. So
Okay.
10 is the starting.
Okay, so they need to arrive at around 9:30.
Yeah, and meet in the car-free zone here in town. People want a coffee, water, everything. We need to take a transit. This will be like a transition. We
Okay.
move from town, we go to the local neighborhood. This is, yeah.
All right, best luck with it, and thank you for joining us today.
Yeah,
Yeah.
thank you so much. Thank you. Wow. How was it?
Hey folks, here from New Mexico and Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin, Pasadena, California, Minneapolis, Minnesota, Central Texas, Gladstone, Oregon, Peoria, Illinois, Maryland. I'm Tigard, Oregon, which I've probably mispronounced. Balsam Lake, Wisconsin, Wheeling, West Virginia. It's always fun to see Rapid City, South Dakota. How many Alabama? Now we got another second Oregon. It's always fun to see how many states or countries or territories we can go without getting a duplicate. Anyway, welcome everybody. It is Thursday, March 26th, and there's a lot on your minds and there's a lot going on in the world, and I hope to cover at least some of it here. As you know, I kind of make a game of seeing if I can tell a story with all your questions embedded in it. And I can't get to all the questions now, which is, I think, a reflection of how much is going on and how confusing it all is. Because what feels like to me is, I'm actually going to tell you a story first about, somebody said they wanted to hear something interesting about my life. And this reminded me when I was reading all of your comments about how many questions people had and how they were somewhat not fully formed and there was a lot going on and what did this have to do with that and so on. It reminded me of when I was a waitress in Oklahoma and I worked on the floor with this incredibly good waiter. And he used to be able to handle anything, just like anything. And I said to him once, I asked him once how he did it. And he said, "You cannot let the floor rule you. What you do," and we had a place that you could stand where the people on the floor couldn't see you. He said, "You stand right here and you say, I am not going to let the floor control me. I'm going to control the floor." And then you go out and you do everything in a circle, counterclockwise in that case on that floor. And, you take the Coke over there and you take the sandwich over there and you do it all at once on your terms. And I sort of feel like we're at that moment in the United States where we simply can't let the floor run us anymore because the person behind the floor, the person who's calling the media and so on right now is completely wackadoodle. So there is no floor under us. That is, the president of the United States will say one thing and then turn around a half hour later and say the complete opposite. One of the stories I'm going to tell you today about what's going on in the country is about Transportation Security Administration funding, but even I don't know what Trump is asking for around that now. So it's going to be time sort of, I think, to take a step back and stand there where the floor can't see you and say, what do we want out of what's going forward? And so to that end, I want to start today in a place that you did not, I think, expect me to. And that is with the nature of the country and the globe that the presidency of Donald Trump's is overturning in this moment. So what became known as the rules-based international order after World War II was based on three pillars. It was based on the idea of free trade, including freedom of the seas, so that countries could trade with each other and they didn't have to worry about paying passage through certain straits, for example, and they didn't have to worry about getting shot. There's ships being shot at, and it enabled a trading system that both brought prices down in a lot of places, but also created extraordinary prosperity in that period all around the globe, including lifting more than 1 billion people, especially in Asia and Africa, out of poverty. So there was this idea of free trade, including freedom of the seas, crucial freedom of the seas. You can tell I'm coming back to that, right? And then it also included the idea of defensive alliances. The idea that you would make friends during peacetime, not during wartime. So you'd already have these in place so that you didn't invade other countries. But if somebody invaded you, you could say, hey, to your buddies, let's fight back together against that person who's invaded, because what that would do is it would stop the invasions. People would sit there and say, well, if I'm going into that country and I'm going to be met by 34 other countries, I better not invade. And the third pillar of that post-war international order was the idea of countries spreading the idea of liberal democracies. That is, that people had the right to choose their governments. And that having the right to choose your government also, part of this was the idea that countries had sovereignty, that that other countries wouldn't try to invade each other. Now, what Trump has done to that international order is to accelerate its decline. And he is not solely responsible for this. There were a number of reasons that system needed a lot of tweaking, not least of which that many of the developing countries had not really been given a seat at the table, but also that really taking off in the 1980s and the 1990s, there was a sense among liberal democracies, primarily the United States and places like the United Kingdom, that so long as you spread the idea of capitalism, you were also spreading the idea of liberal democracy. And so there was a focus on the idea of spreading capitalism into places like the former Soviet republics. And what we discovered by doing that was that, in fact, it was wrong to assume that democracy and capitalism went hand in hand. In fact, it's very possible to have capitalism, at least a form of capitalism, and the concentration of wealth that ends up getting rid of democracy altogether. And that's what you saw in the former Soviet republics, for example, when you had the idea of new republics turning into oligarchies really quickly. And that's what you've seen in other developing countries over the last 30 years. And that's certainly what you've seen in the United States of America, where the idea of pushing deregulation and low taxes and so on, because it would develop the economy, has in fact resulted in wealth and power accumulating in a really small group of people. So those pillars were already wobbly. But this is one of the things that the Biden and Harris administration tried to do, was to try and strengthen those pillars again. To try and strengthen the defensive alliances and strengthen the free trade, and above all, to strengthen the idea of representative democracy, especially in the United States. And this was written all over that administration. Well, Trump in his second term has just shredded these ideas. And he got rid of the idea